हेलो हेलो हेलो। प्रिपेयरिंग स्ट्रीम। अच्छा ओके। सॉर्ट हुआ। नाउ आई नीड टू। सब कुछ तो ठीक है। अबे डबल स्ट्रीम होती नहीं है ना। शॉर्ट्स में एक दिक्कत आ रही है अब। वेयर द हेल इज शॉर्ट्स का सेटिंग। स्ट्रीम डिले विले ठीक है, स्ट्रीम करूंगा किधर। हाँ तो एक काम करना पड़ेगा आज भी। इसको डिलीट करूँ। बाकी तो इनकोडर पे बराबर ही जा रही है। नहीं जा रही भाई, शॉर्ट्स का कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा। शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम का कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा। हाँ भाई तो ये हमने एक चीज कल आप लोगों को करके दी है। आई टोल्ड यू समथिंग हियर यस्टरडे। वो चीज आज हम पूरी कर देंगे। डे 2 पे तो मैप फीड भी है। वाह वाह वाह। I guess everything is working fine. अगर नहीं चल रहा होगा तो मेरे को सब बंद करके वापस चालू करना पड़ेगा। भाई तो गाइस मेरे को भी 1000 ज्वेल्स आए हैं फ्री में। क्या मैं मेरे खुद के चैनल को 1000 ज्वेल्स पे आउट कर सकता हूँ? तो अगर ऐसा है तो करते ना, थोड़ी बहुत वॉचिंग आने दो फिर 1000 ज्वेल्स टपा देंगे। फुल स्क्रीन कर रहा हूँ, मेरे कैमरा स्क्रीन को हटा रहा हूँ, रुक जाओ।
3 to be exact. 3 teams, keys, dreams are going to be all done at the end of today. So this is a huge opportunity, right? To put yourselves in the running for that top 5. I mean, we still have 6 matches left to go. That's still plenty of time, right? Even for the teams all the way at the bottom to make it happen. But if you are in those bottom ranks, you really need to get it done here and now. Rondo is the match to do it.
We do have a Thunder Talk down towards that bottom side of the tables right now. It's a tough position to be in, right? Again, I think that China has come in swinging this time around, but has it been enough so far? One team is at risk of elimination right now. Alula, they were able to eliminate Alpha 7, but can they save themselves here right now, this year, to make their way through? I think that it's an interesting one, especially for Geeke. Again, there wasn't a massive amount of hopes and dreams laid on this team, but they have surprisingly performed so far. It's been nice to see they came out swinging with a chicken dinner start of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
But again, we talked about it during the STC Rewind. But Four Thrives, yeah, Rewind. 4 Thrives looking great. They are still looking great, and I think they will continue to look great going to today. They had a strong Rondo. Do you think it's going to happen again?
It's going to be tough, right? I think that Rondo being
Guys,
that
PMWC 2026 का दूसरा दिन शुरू होने ही वाला है। जल्दी से आओ, लिंक पर टैप करो, उसी को सपोर्ट करते हैं। क्या पता आज इंडिया से पहली टीम हो जो PUBG मोबाइल आने के बाद
immediately on that Rondo there, and they said that no, yeah, Team Flash, they hunted us down, and I think that the whole lobby at this stage, they saw that, right? They're like, you know what, we're at risk of this happening. You know, even 4 Thrives, I've got to maybe think twice here. So hey, make those changes, make it happen, and get it done here for match number 1.
PMWC 2026 का Day 2 शुरू होने वाला है। जल्दी से लिंक पर टैप करो, आ जाओ, देखते हैं आज।
We are down towards the south portion of the map for day number 2. As we get into it, this is the last day for Group A, the last day for some of these teams to make their mark here and progress into the rest of PMWC. But for some teams, it will be the final hurdle that will trip them up. See what they can make happen. This is a difficult circle. It's a difficult playing path, here on Rondo down towards the south side. Doesn't really open up a lot of the northwest. There's going to be some long shoots here for some of our squads. Stadium a little bit hard to make your way on over. But for Enigma Galaxy, you hope that they have figured out a solution, potentially. Aurora as well. I don't think they were able to get as much action as they might have liked over towards Yulin. There was a lot of fighting in Neox Factory.
But yeah, you can see here, no double plane path, just the southern one. You can see the team starting to hop on out. You got to make sure that you protect that single player going for that recall. That is so important here.
No double plane paths.
Yeah, no double plane paths.
No, anymore.
No, that's right. That's correct. Yeah, nothing, not going to happen. We got just a single one here. And you know what? One opportunity for a lot of these teams, right, like we were talking about earlier, to get it done. And you can see that Neox factory area is hot, as well as Dan Ching, and you can see Thunder Talk. That is the team that needs to make it happen here big time, getting into it with AGAL.
Scary team to get into it, though, because yesterday Maple looked fantastic on the initial approach. Ching underneath from Thunder Talk, but AJ does open up onto Maple of all teams. But I am getting word that is potentially a rehost coming through. We will wait and see. And it is the truth. We're not lying to you. So in the meantime, we will have to wait for that one. But I think most of the players probably not unhappy about that, considering it's quite a difficult plane to start things off down towards that south side in Danxing. It forced a lot of teams out of the way, but then we did get an eastern circle, which wasn't too bad for the squads.
Yeah, no big deal here. You know what I'm saying? We get a little bit more time to talk about these teams, get a little bit more time for these teams to kind of prep and figure out how they're going to make this happen here, because 24, they got just these next few hours to either stay here in Paris or go home, and they want to definitely extend that life just a little bit further here. So looking at the leaderboards, let's break that down, right? So top 5, again, folks, those are going to be the ones moving straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are going home. That's it for today. And those teams in between heading into that survival stage. So you have in 5th place, KRX tied with Aurora with 47 points. OG with that chicken dinner on that last game, right?
Knock finish down,
but it does look like we are hearing.
We lied.
Yeah, we lied. Psych.
We lied.
Psych.
We're back in.
We're here.
Disregard all previous
Disregards.
We are back here on Rondo. I am excited for it to go to another rehost though. But for the time being, we'll treat this as real life.
That's correct.
Real stakes on the line. Juicy stakes at that. As T24 opens up onto one, now looks for the second. It's going to be a hard push, but they cannot take him down. T24 brings the gore in Neox.
I'll tell you what, 1v2, baby, that was real and that was live. That's how you get it done. T24 getting revenge for his teammates. Valak ends up going down, so they are stuck with 2. I'm sure IQ is going to be out there getting them back up here in just a couple of seconds. With beautiful play to start things off. The group of death has not disappointed at all.
And again, I love laugh hearing Max say this is the deathy group. It is kind of, he's not wrong. T24 has been taking a tumble there versus Ayala, who has been quite a strong member for Furious. Sadly, they are quite down on the numbers at the moment. Whoa!
Wait,
IQ is done?
Just out?
4thRives is out of the game today.
T struggle. T24 is able to get 2 elims for them, but that is a disastrous result for them. Again, always difficult to see where other players went down. We did have a slight blackout during the middle of that, so couldn't quite see where the 4th player actually left, but it might have been Flash.
Yeah.
It may have been Flash again.
And we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
We were, right? I was just saying, like, hey, you know what? Even if you're 4thRives, you got to be concerned here because you're at the top of the leaderboards. If someone's going to hunt you down, that's the squad to do it. And unfortunately for them, they go out early. Huge opportunity for these teams right below to surpass them on the leaderboards.
Yeah, Rondo is like very much a good map for saving your run. A lot of times, Silence opening up. Yeah, Chief is down. We get a quick replay. This is Flower H. This is actually the fight versus Thundertalk, which was going fairly badly. Now, Flower H was having an absolutely sick day yesterday in terms of the damage numbers, and that is a quick spin around.
We got 1 frag, कोई भी recall use नहीं हुआ है. Hello, sir, my God.
4 players alive. They look good. They were able to reset on that one. That's fantastic.
That's what you have to do. I mean, I don't know where exactly IQ was, because he wasn't in the fight with this team. But he was, I guess, tried to go to a recall tower, got caught out, unfortunately, and that's them done and dusted. Hey, rest of the lobby still here, though, 15 teams. Aula, Claws, trying to hit some cheeky shots using that stairwell. Silence is down to 1 HP. He gets the knock, and Claws
but the
gets
trade was
naded.
good. The trade is good.
The team, I think, is just a little bit too far supportive. Actually, never mind. Yeah, right behind him. Quick is there. Chief gonna throw down some smokes to try to get his teammate up here. But with this fight slowing down, yeah, I think Quick is like, oof, this is a little bit too late to start this push.
Yeah, he's in the struggle bus now. And again, this is one of the situations where it's actually very hard to deal with it. Because the amount of silence you can kind of angle off here with the smokes, Quick's almost certainly going to go down.
OG game के बाद top 5 आ रही है, that is confirmed.
Chief just needs to eke his way up on the left-hand side here. He has to hit a nasty grenade to even hopefully clutch this one out, but he's only got one.
Because
one
एक आधा frag मिल
stun
चुका
grenade
है
goes out,
और frag
and the
मिलने
nade
की
over the
उम्मीद
top of
है.
it.
हमने recalls use नहीं किए
off the edge here, so now they control the
तो
entirety
हम
of
और
the high
frags
ground.
के लिए अभी भी जा सकते हैं.
Yeah, and Aula, they need these points pretty bad now. Just with this performance alone, right? Just 3 eliminations that puts them out of that bottom 3, but you know, this is that opportunity to do such a good game that it sets you up for the rest of this day. I mean, heck, a win here with double-digit eliminations, that puts them in the running for top 5, literally. So, not the worst start. They got 3 elims so far. They still have all their players up. Let's see what they can do.
It's an interesting approach from Malula, because the entirety of Neox is very quiet, considering that original play path. But all 4 players from Malula are here, which means that if they do lose this engagement versus Furia, that's all the chances gone here on Rondo.
We need to have a great
free fire there from Ayala, and they end up catching him. Oh, but great return fire there from Yasser. Silence on that back end.
We just need a great game
coverage. Yeah, well, should be able to get everybody up.
Wave
just running off this other angle, though, that's going to make things interesting. But you're right, yeah, Aula fully committed to Neox Factory, and so far it's working, and they are racking up the points.
Much needed points as well, and in 12th place they have dragged themselves out of what was a danger zone earlier. Just silence left remaining now, Sticky Bomb. No helmet, which is kind of the most disastrous thing about this. So many sidelines to deal with on the other side.
They also throw the Sticky Bomb as well.
Reset in. Back into play. That's up towards Fong though. Man, they got a journey ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. So that I was wondering, like, should Silence even think about like pushing this right now with the rest of his team so far away?
Bottom 3
तो
नहीं आना चाहते हो
इस ग्रुप के अंदर या कोई भी ग्रुप स्टेज के अंदर bottom 3 तो नहीं आना चाहते हो. Recall life.
उम्मीद ये भी है
just for the time being. Next zone just pop it up, goes dead center here. The problem is you got that river just chopping right through the center of it.
They are eliminated on 61 in this game right now.
That left side, it's going to make things pretty difficult. But let's look at this here.
TTG की वाट लग गई है.
Teams at the bottom battling it out here. It looks like X-Force Rejects are going to get 3. Oh, getting shot in the back though. That's all from downtown, sneaking that knock. But it looks like they should be able to get this.
TTG की वाट लग गई है.
They go for this in the final elimination. They say we need these points.
Oh,
and AJ does a great job holding him off with that shotgun.
AJ gets one more!
Through the banister. Catches another. AJ looking good right now. Quick step out on the side. Could push over towards the stairs.
AJ को बाहर से पड़ रही है.
Right now, but there are flushes to be had. More eliminations is all really Thunder Talk's looking for in this moment.
Don't see me. Don't see me. Reaper's like, I'm not here. I'm not here. Don't look. Don't turn around. Oh, did he miss him again?
Reverb को finally देख लिया.
Gets the elimination. X-Force do get a little bit of time to
Shiva hold down कर रहा है.
Reset this and get this fight done. Shiva's running in all by himself though. Got to be careful here.
एक knock.
is
Finish.
in the work, and he is taking out the squad all
reload नहीं आता तो मार देता.
Shiva shuts him down.
Almost 1v4. Honestly,
reload नहीं आता तो मार देता भाई.
You got that cheeky angle through the door frame. That might have just been a 1v4 coming through from AJ. I think X-Force Rejects should be able to get a reset on that one, but it feels very uncomfortable. Aurora's looking in that direction, all stuck in that direction
Aurora
too.
के लिए भी 4 frags मिल चुके हैं. Now that is close call. Yep, very close, very close.
But you can see here Aurora and Ulf now on the move, so potentially the pressure got alleviated slightly over towards X-Force Rejects, but we'll wait and see.
Oh, that'd be a huge break for them.
मार देता हूँ, actual मार देता. पता है पहले अगर
right now you're just like,
उसको इनको रहता ना कि आगे उसके एक ही बंदा बचा है, एक नीचे नॉक पड़ा हुआ है तो पहले घुस जाता हूँ.
And with that water in the center of this area here, it's going to make it so difficult for him to find one.
वो पहले ही घुस जाता कि पता चलता ना कि थर्ड पार्टी से एक बंदा पहले नॉक हो चुका है, पहले घुस जाता हूँ.
3 eliminations to start things off, looking very, very good here. Quick, it's getting a knock onto Silent, so it looks like Aula is going to be challenging that last player of Furia. They ended up getting that. And
हम 4-man survive करने को देख रहे हैं. Now that is also a good thing, I would say.
The zone, but the other two are still deep in the blue.
Yeah, I mean, for Fury, it's going to be a while till they actually get themselves in a position where they can play this one out. Right now, it's a lot of driving, a lot of gasoline required too. Enigma Galaxy still doing the weird thing though. They're doing these 2-2 splits where they send 2 players very far and then they got stragglers behind.
Abracadabra.
I can't tell if it's to try and secure location far side of the circle and then hopefully
we got a frag. हम hold down भी बढ़िया कर रहे हैं. Match rankings के हिसाब से 6 points वाली teams है, 4 points वाली team है. TTG eliminate भी हो गई है.
Right now
हम लोग सदर्न एज होल्ड कर रहे हैं राइट नाउ। पता लग चुका है कि सेंटर ओरिएंटेड टीम ज्यादा खेल रही है, तो एज खाली रहता है, एज से लेट जा सकते हैं।
Which was real corny, but he's all for corny strategies, but they work. They do work.
So, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and you know.
तो इतने recall towers हैं ना zone के बाहर।
Maybe corny is not the way to call it.
Who knows, right? I mean, you know what? It's one of those 50-50s, right? If it doesn't work out, he's an idiot, and if it does work out, he's a genius.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's
right now he's a genius.
Yeah,
so,
now
yeah.
he nailed it, right? So with this hard shift on over to the left side,
NGX के लगने वाले हैं।
Things pretty tough as the water is in play. Let's see what Ralph can do if he can bring out
NGX के लगने वाले, AGL ऊपर से देखेगी, अभी नहीं थोड़ी देर बाद देखेगी, बट देखेगी।
And we're gonna see Aurora right down the road from him.
उससे पहले यहाँ पे Aurora बैंड बजा रही है।
Coverage for now, just making it annoying for Ralph to move.
ये मेरे नाम के आगे स्टार कितने मस्त लगता है। एप्ली भाई हेलो, क्या हाल? रुको एक चीज करते हैं, पता है? रुको एक चीज करते हैं।
There's a bit more loot on side, but you're right. What we have now, and you alluded to it earlier, is just the river that cuts right through. Plenty of water involved. Hard gamble to make. I think most teams are trying to secure over towards the eastern side here. It does have more landmass involved, so they're hoping for the switchback on that way. But this could easily pull left.
Oh man, so this is like you literally have to kind of, it's a coin toss at this point.
Membership after this game, after this game, after this game. करेंगे 5 करेंगे आज। आज नहीं आओ, याद दिलाना मेरे को। डे के एंड में या डे के मिड में कभी भी 5 मेंबरशिप्स का कर देंगे।
This circle is actually a huge one for Al-Ula, because they have pretty much that entire side of the river to themselves. Considering where they're at the start of the day, this is their chance. Honestly,
अभी करेंगे, कर देंगे अपन।
You had a rough day one. Utilize this opportunity to its maximum potential and at least secure your tournament life a little bit longer.
There's still a couple of entryways back over towards the western side, but you're right. I mean, right now, Alula, not only do they have a decent spot, they've got a compound, they've got a high ground to work with, but it does require
कैसे रहेगा, क्या रहेगा वो मैं तुम लोगों को बता दूंगा, but
yeah, that's right.
That's the main problem they're running into.
RG से expose जो है,
the bridge on the north too.
एक ही player बचा हुआ है वो 4v4 TTG के बाद, तो दिक्कत है, उसको survive करना पड़ेगा. And bottom 3 problem में है, मतलब the thing is simple. कि आज अगर तुम bottom 3 में हो तो तुम सीधा घर जा रहे हो.
Well, Alula wins the coin flip and boom, they have nailed it here.
एज अभी भी मिल जाएगी. ओजी को एज अभी भी मिल जाएगी यहाँ वाली.
You can see quick. He started
प्रॉब्लम है नहीं.
Excited. He's like, all right, boys, let's get this going. This is our game here. As you see all those teams.
ओजी को अभी भी एज मिल सकती है, कोई इशू नहीं है.
All gonna have to start pushing on up. Ooh, quick moving outside of the zone.
मैप का पीओवी देना चाहिए था. है शायद मैप स्पीड भी है.
Gatekeep some of these teams pushing in.
तुम लोगों को मैप स्पीड चाहिए?
Yeah, they have to hold it out, right? It's actually there is a playable space down here towards the river.
Most probably ये देखो मैप स्पीड भी चल रही है.
Underneath Alula.
If you need मैप स्पीड अपन मैप स्पीड भी लगाएंगे.
Fourth Rise play a very similar position earlier this year.
Side में अपन मैप स्पीड करेंगे, रुको.
Aru's going to send forward though. He's swinging past on that western side. Yeah, OG, Alula, both really are benefiting off the back of the
actually
circle.
वो crazy चीज हो गई है.
Like
जो zone left side पे कटा है ना.
Compound over towards the west here. Let's not try
बहुत बढ़िया हो गया.
Already know that.
2.5 मिनट में ये zone भी close in हो जाएगा.
Unplayable. We're not going to be greedy on space taking, especially where we are on the leaderboard too. Let's not rock the boat too much.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, I think it's
नहीं हो तो subscribe मारो यार.
That are so dominant and they just spread themselves too thin. So I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to play super passive, right? You still utilize this opportunity to hunt down as many eliminations as you can. See how that ends up working out though, as we're looking at RRQ GOAT making some shots.
5 people watching, new हो तो subscribe मारो, like करो. RRQ की बैंड बची है, RRQ.
Yeah, get some
nice
shots.
support नहीं कर सकती इस moment पे.
No support. Serious work on RRQ in a 1v2. What happened? Moxie hopping in the vehicle, and we're going to see RRQ get out of here.
I mean, very, very typical Lepar behavior there. Very
निकल पाएगा नहीं निकल पाएगा कोई
भरोसा नहीं. Finds another, looks good. So going to deal with one player off in the distance.
गोट के players की वाट लगा दी, पर गोट के players को दिक्कत नहीं आएगी भाई. कल 2 चिकन निकाले.
Chance, honestly, at a recall beacon. has to fight off, plays from the low ground. JS9 in play. Just
Fox
leaves the
का
spray
बच्चे
going.
RRQ
7 elims now for Go.
और TTG दोनों को प्रॉब्लम्स है भाई.
It's an okay game. I think what I noticed from yesterday was that their highs were very high.
Yep.
Their lows were super low. I mean, we were 15, 16 places, 2 elims, 1 elim.
KRX को let's go. Fight अच्छी है ये.
Looking up towards Gaming Stars.
Sashi putting in that work.
Finish निकाल देना.
All over the place here.
Finish निकाल देना. बाकी पता नहीं. अच्छा खुद ही के बंदे पे नेड कर दिया. Wow, GSTR.
And KRX are going to be pushing up on them little by little. You got Enigma Galaxy right next to him as well.
DK की बात बज रही है. KRX का 3 knock है.
1v1. He gets some good shot up with that S12K. Gets that thirst. He needs that point.
Last match है ना. GSTR भी गई.
It is going to shut him down. That's QXCZ getting it done. And now Hoxie's like, all right, let's finish this out here. Let's get these points and secure this position. Ragnarok,
KRX का 3 भी गया.
I'm out of here.
11 teams, 36 players.
By KRX, it's really nice to see some of the aggression that comes through. I think it used to be before
गाड़ी फटने पे आ चुकी है यहाँ पे अगर
get an initial knock,
close but
KRX is very quick to maybe not fully commit, but see what's available,
top
right?
10.
What's
We are in the top 10,
what are
guys.
the options there? So always send one player forward to have a little sniff, you know, peeking. So I like
zone
it.
अच्छा
I
है.
do like it from KRX, but now they're up against Enigma Galaxy, who are playing.
I would say zone अच्छा है.
Next circle pops and it's still dead central on this river. It's so uncomfortable.
QXD गया. खत्म. Finish है. जल्दी finish हो
Flash are
जाएगा.
just going to be holding this high ground for now. Even
You
though
look at
the
sprays,
zone is going
कितने
to be
बढ़िया
close,
है.
like, yeah, let's just try to put as much pressure as we can.
अपन खेल ही नहीं पाते.
And then we're going to push into the zone at the last second. I mean, yeah, Win and Squad are starting to steal some of these eliminations. This is very difficult for Enigma Galaxy. They're just having to straight hit the deck.
Enigma Galaxy का एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश हो चुका है. अपने लिए it is better. ऊपर की टीम्स अगर एलिमिनेट हो रही है अपने लिए बहुत बेटर है.
Those are some good shots down there, but right now Enigma Galaxy
जगह बन रही है अपने लिए.
during the storm. They know they can just keep dropping the smokes, but how many smokes they got left remaining? Eventually,
थोड़ी
Flash
आगे
gonna have to pull
क्वालीफाई
off
करना
this
है.
spot.
अपन क्वालीफाई करेंगे डायरेक्टली टॉप 2 टॉप 3 में भाई.
And Flash all at the same time. Satan stays alive. Bears him out of HP. The blue does slowly march towards him like a tsunami.
And this blue zone's going to hurt, that's for sure. So, Satan and Squad need to start
won't connect, it
moving
won't
here.
connect.
Right behind him. He's going to have to make this push. He's running in through the smokes here. He's getting pieced up little by little. We're going to switch on over to top. Spinny does get knocked, but Team Flash are able to get into this circle cleanly.
Finish
They're going to be gatekeeping whoever is going to be the winners of this fight right now. It looks like Enigma Galaxy might just be it, as it's just Hoxie up for KRX. Now that nade just a little bit too far away.
ये नेड अगर प्यारा फटाना Satan knock होएगा.
They need to finish this out as soon as possible. The blue zone is creeping in. Hoxie gets another knock.
गया.
And now it's just Lord.
Lord भी गया. लेकिन थर्ड पार्टी कर दी Aurora ने.
Aurora is going to shut him down.
It's a horrendous cross, right? You've got the high ground that drops down towards the low.
भाई दो टीमें चली गई Aurora वहाँ से देखते पूरा माहौल लेके चली गई.
This is such an RNG circle.
Aru did overpush.
A lot of teams going to suffer because of it. I mean, Alula as well as OG both took a gamble on the western side. Massively paid off.
Aurora देख रही है but अच्छी
like
जगह पे
OG's
है.
moved
दिक्कत
up
थोड़ी है.
towards this northern edge though. They have a lot
Aurora
of
को
teams
पीछे
they
भी
need
तो
to deal with in
देखना
the
है.
future.
बोल पाएगी ना उस जगह पे.
Right now it's about living.
अच्छी जगह पे आरू ने गलती की है. बढ़िया.
You can get that survival into the late game. Fair enough to you.
Perfect nade there from Wolf. Let's see how this one looks. Good bounce too, man. Wolf on point, throwing some heat-seeking missiles from across the map there. Doc's trying to get a little bit of revenge for Reefus. But they are doing great. Aurora, 10 eliminations. This is what we like to see from this squad.
Yeah, they show up during
Aurora top 5 आके grand तो जा ही रही है.
Now, I think the team that I didn't expect to be showing up right now is Furia. They're on the northern side over towards the western edge of these.
But वही अगर Aurora इस मोमेंट पे एलिमिनेट हो जाती है तो बढ़िया हो जाएगा. पीछे उला है. देख लेंगे ना उला मर रही है. एक्चुअली AGL के साथ फाइट है उला की. कोई नहीं है पीछे. वाइवट से यहाँ पे कोई भी नहीं है. अच्छी जगह पे. बहुत बढ़िया जगह. अब लेफ्ट साइड पे सर्कल कटना चाहिए. राइट नहीं जाना चाहिए. हाँ बस. We have everything. हमें बस इस चिकन को कन्वर्ट करना है. थोड़े बहुत क्रैक्स निकालने हैं. That's it.
and forced to give up all of this real estate.
बढ़िया आतंकी.
Furia though with 6, they are looking really good to start things off here.
आरू ने गेम को अलग लेवल पर लेकर जा चुका है वो इंसान.
In the middle of the leaderboards, but this could be their chance to push them up to the
हम टॉप 5 आ चुके हैं guys.
If it was super meh, I think that's fair enough to say.
We are top 5, 49 points के साथ we are top 5. We are done for top 5 in this game right now. Overall standings के अंदर.
You cannot count this team out until the final bell rings. For them, they're looking over towards Alula right now.
We just need a chicken with 10 frags. 20 point आ जाएंगे. 47 से हम लोग 67 पे पहुंच जाएंगे. And that's great.
Could get explosive.
Let's see Aaron up close and personal. He caught top.
भाई गलत जगह जाके लेट गया. एक नॉक.
Nice little shots from
Zol भी trying की.
Quick first aid.
आतंकी ने मारा एरन को. आतंकी एरन को मार दिया.
Yeah, that's how you do it there. You can steal as many eliminations as you can. Take it. Joel with the angles catches Scarface.
पीछे से.
Right, third party after third party.
FL आ गई है.
Right there to disrupt the spike.
पीछे से फ्लैश आ गई है भाई.
On this eastern side, and he's been so undetermined where.
हम जोन में बहुत प्यारी जगह पे. We just cannot bottle up this. फ्लैश को खाली अपने को टैकल करने का.
Trying to make as many points as possible and grab as much value off this position.
हम लोगों को फ्लैश को इस तरीके से टैकल करना है. नॉक देते रहो, देते रहो, देते रहो, देते रहो. बस और कुछ नहीं करना.
Did send a rogue agent over towards the western side in catch though.
Ooh, an underwater agent right there. He is.
प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है भाई. चिकन है अपना. इस जगह से अगर चिकन कन्वर्ट नहीं किया तो अपनी गलती होगी. सिंपल.
The last player up for. Oh, you got Aaron there.
पानी के फ्रैग्स भी मिलेंगे. AGL का मैपल का फ्रैग भी मिल सकता है. We have everything.
But you got Team Flash looking to go fishing here.
हमें 2 फ्रैग मिल चुके हैं. We just need 7-8 more.
Yeah, he swims across to him. Possible to do. Real question whether
knocks देते रहो. Confirmations आएंगे ही आएंगे.
Bleeding out. So they're a bit preoccupied at the moment and will likely need to figure out what's going on in the next circle too. Silence finds Quick. Catch goes down to win. But they're not out yet just because Aaron actually got rest in that short moment.
Got him.
Silence knock हो गया है.
That's from AKOP.
AKOP मारे जा रहे हैं.
These guys are really racking up the points here and there, consistently having a good idea of what's going on around them inside the circle. It's nice to see. It really is.
Yeah, it's perfect for them, right? Considering that all the top 5 are now completely out. So
HP कितनी लो हो गई है. Furia versus OG.
Yep. Right here. They got 2 eliminations so far. We got Flash right underneath you with 8. So if you're OG,
Ulf को पानी में मार सकते हैं. Ulf को पानी में मारना पड़ेगा अपने को.
Figure it out later. This is their chance, though. These guys are looking great, and a
great
opportunity for Furia. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday.
Circle नीचे कर जाए यार. Circle please नीचे कर जाओ.
Dang day. Now they have the position. What could they do with it? That's the question.
Push down over towards that high ground that looks over towards.
Let's go.
They try and cross.
Let's go.
Circle moves down towards the south side. OG's throwing a bone here. But there was complaints yesterday about some of the passivity coming through from OG, which I think that they were able to correct a lot as we went throughout the day. And even during this game, you can see there's been a lot of effort been put into that.
नॉक्स तो निकाल रहे भाई. फिनिश नहीं आ पा रहे. अब क्या ही कर सकते हैं. इतने नॉक्स निकाले उन्होंने.
I truly believe this is a game that they can win. They have the circle to work with it. Fury's coming in from that north side though, and they are looking hot this game.
Yeah.
उसके प्लेयर्स को स्पॉट कर लिया है. पानी में देखा तो है.
Soak up those eliminations, get that win,
get that back to back.
दो फ्रैग्स ले लो उल्फ वाले यार. दो उल्फ वाले 2 फ्रैग्स चाहिए. Anyhow उल्फ वाले 2 फ्रैग्स चाहिए. जोन बहुत प्यारा है. जोन को कन्वर्ट करना है.
Let's see what they can do though. As we all got Furia up on the north. Flash trying to find a way into this circle. They're forced to swim it out.
FL को
going fishing there. He's
FL मार रही है. FL किसको? Furia को मार रही है. भाई हम लोगों के लिए रास्ता एकदम क्लियर है.
The ammo counts on some of these teams because it's been a ton of movement around the map. Aru's moving forward.
Aru जा रहा है. वो 2 फ्रैग्स चाहिए Aru को. The nade could be very great.
Ammo count does look a little bit low, but Aru with the underarm should be good to go.
बढ़िया. Crazy nade.
Aru picks up the double. Man, this guy is leading.
बहुत प्यारा nade.
Let's get it going. The crowd getting hyped on that one. Perfect toss.
आतंकी नॉक नहीं होना, इस जगह पे नॉक नहीं होना।
Nice shots on the flash, gonna make it a
यूरिया के प्लेयर्स को हैंडल करना है।
Igor with the nade. Oh, but that
Let's
vehicle
go!
is on fire. He looks like he is able
Let's
to
go भाई, let's go आरू।
Dude,
आरू बिग, आरू भाई, इस बंदे ने अलग लेवल का दर मचा रखा है।
Infuriate silence in the
आतंकी का
final
नेड।
moments of these games. The Flash
Heavy
now
lifting
on
चल
the
रही है
lead,
भाई
looking
साहब।
to push up.
4v4
OG
FL के साथ।
holding them back at the gates. From Miramar to Rondo, can they do it all here?
Back-to-back chicken dinners are
FL
in
के
their
साथ
future, and that
ये
future
final
is now.
fight।
Can they
If we win
grasp
this
it
4v4
as
back-to-back
Team
chicken हो
Flash
जाएगा।
looking at a 3-1 split here. You got WizGod, gonna have to watch out for that nade, that air burst a little bit too far away. And now,
भाई
Aru,
FL
man,
फंसी हुई
putting
है।
in
If I would
the
say
work
FL
for his
नॉर्दर्न
team.
एज पे फंसी हुई है।
They gotta be careful.
हमारे पास हायर ग्राउंड
They
एडवांटेज
have
है,
the high
नहीं
ground.
छोड़
What can
सकते
they do
इसको।
with it? Now, Tops from that off angle, making it a little bit difficult for them to peek over the hill.
इस जगह को नहीं छोड़
Here
सकते।
we go, the
यार
battle starting
नॉक
to
हो
ring
जाता।
out.
आतंकी gets
Andy's
one।
all that's left on side at the moment. S12K
winning
silence
this
looking to
4v4
quiet
will
it
be-
down. The
Salute
Rock
cinema
Crew
को
from
नॉक
India.
कर दिए।
It's not
तीसरा भी
happening.
गया।
They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up.
Last
here.
guy alive,
Still
भाई।
going strong.
Boss की
Atangi
HP भी लो कर दिए।
looking to get the shots in.
Last guy, हगास मत कर यार आतंकी। लाला, let's go। थोड़ा सा हगास किया आतंकी ने, बस निकाल गए। We just got it.
This team looks clean.
And the crowd goes wild.
ले लिया चिकन भाई। कल जिसने बोला था बहुत पैसिव खेल रहे, हम पैसिव नहीं खेल रहे, हम लॉबी रीड कर रहे थे।
The strongest today here in the final day of Group A, and now
We
the
were
whole lobby
reading the
has been
lobby
put
और
on
हमने
notice.
लॉबी रीड
I
करके
mean, it's
वाट
good
लगा
at the
दिए
moment.
भाई।
Aru looks like an arrow right now, and he's got purpose flying.
आतंकी पाजी,
fast towards
पाजी,
that bullseye,
पाजी
fast
ना।
towards that qualification spot. It's
भाई
such
क्या
a
खेला है आरू ने
difference
यार,
from
mad
last
respect
time
to
we
him।
saw them as well. And
Mad respect to
if
him,
you're a
mate.
fan of this team, you got to be proud because again, the improvement has been insane.
Perfectly executed.
Crazy
right there, right?
respect.
I mean, hey, they got themselves a good, solid position. We had the questions right. Were they going to play?
बंदे ने क्या
passively? Were they
चिकन
gonna be
निकाला है भाई।
aggressive? They
मारा है,
turned
क्या
on that
fights
aggression
ली है,
at the
वो नेड।
perfect time. Perfect peaks.
ये पूरे
right
गेम की
decisions,
हाइलाइट
and
काटेंगे।
They were able to get that win. And this is the way to do it, right? I mean, they were having a little
ये
bit of a
पूरी
rough
गेम
day
की हाइलाइट
at the start
काटेंगे अपन।
yesterday. Finish strong, boom, knock it out of the park today. They're set up for top 5.
They absolutely are. I mean, for this team, it's a
Points
really
table
big boon
खींचे।
for them. I mean,
1
taking some
minute
of
दो
that
मेरे
pressure
को।
off is a really nice thing. Right at the start of the day, we always say it's about Rondo.
1 minute दो, अपन
Being able to
points
get rid of
table
a
लेके
lot of
आते हैं।
pressure
Instagram
so quickly
login,
in
login।
day 2 is so much relief for you as a squad. And for Orangutan, honestly, they can use this now just to kind of feel out other teams inside this lobby, get some more practice in without feeling all that worried. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of teams that are going to be worried here as we get into the rest of the matches, and we'll have those matches coming in just a bit.
आरू टॉप प्लेयर्स की लिस्ट में
For every click, every
आरू ने 10 फ्रैग निकाले।
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC.
Aru is on the list?
Gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best.
भाई IGL heavy lifting कर रहा
This
है।
deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
मजा आ जाएगा। मजा आ जाएगा भाई, मजा आ जाएगा। It's now just the beginning, I would say. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Issue है ही नहीं। It is just the beginning.
Hi, Kalaris here at
8 लोग देख रहे हो,
PMwc
make sure कि तुम लोग like
26, and
subscribe
I'm
कर रहे हो।
with Aru from Orangutan to talk about some of the games from day 1 of their group stage and see how they're feeling coming into day number 2. So, obviously, you guys got yourself a win on
Points
Miramar.
table, अबे number 1 है हम।
This team's coming to Miramar, actually. So,
We are number
what are the steps for
1.
you guys when it comes to urban ending.
आरू
as well as
का
what were your
interview देखते हैं।
concerns towards the late game of that game.
Not really a strategy because we intend to play dynamic as per the situations, and particularly talking about that game. It took us quite a while to collect our vehicles, so it got us a little late. So that was the first factor, and the second factor was that team landing in Power Grid, I guess it's GSTR. So they were trying to like maybe set up a trap around San Martin. So then we had to take a detour.
बस अब 5 गेम्स और आराम से खेल ले कंसिस्टेंटली कंसिस्टेंसी सिर्फ 6-6 7 पॉइंट निकालने हैं एवरेज अगले 4-5 गेम के अंदर दैट्स इट
So it just worked.
हमने थ्रेशोल्ड मीट कर लिया है एवरेज 12 गेम्स में 100 पॉइंट अगर आ जाते हैं तुम टॉप 5 हो
It's a bit of a different shift. Obviously, it's the first game on the stage, etc. It's the Rondo game. You guys have
भाई they dominated, they fucking dominated. मैं क्या इसी का रिमोट देख रहा हूं.
I saw that Geekay was keeping close eyes on you in that Rondo game, and you eventually got second place.
Well, the first factor that led us to, playing a little passive or saying holding back was that we got an early casualty of my teammate Atanki. And the second one was our vehicles didn't have a lot of fuel, so it was hard to like drive around and take info of our surrounding teams to actually see what's
we are
going
top
on,
of the table बोला ना मैंने
any
हम top पे आ चुके हैं
opportunities. And also
गला जा चुका है.
yeah, we had a good position, but the thing was that it was like on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had like a complete low ground. So if we have gone like either of the ways,
Yup,
the other
we are top.
teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was
इंटरव्यू के
also
बाद
like,
चलते हैं भाई, क्या
not so
बोल रहे हैं
satisfied
सुन
with
लेते हैं
that
ना.
game because having Rondo
कल के
and
गेम्स के बारे में
only
बता
two
रहा है.
elimination points is like not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also like a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start. So we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And overall, yesterday, how does the team look at it? Do they see it as a success?
Rondo OG का
so
best
far?
map है,
And
yes
are there any
sir.
adaptations coming in today too?
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to start our day with a good base. So it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the
क्या बोलते हो guys?
we are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
लो भाई
Thank you very much. Amazing.
1000 ट्रॉफी आ गई. भेजो ट्रॉफी. ऐसी ट्रॉफी 1000 की आवे तो क्या ही चाहिए.
Great at giving
Haru got
interviews,
accent,
but
yes,
he's
sir.
good in the game being the IGL, as he was able to secure 5 eliminations. And when we talk about IGLs that have what it takes to not only go to the finals and maybe end up challenging.
Points table देखो. Yes sir. The story is no longer available. Paris effect. ये देखो Londo. 66. Fourth Drive 61. Goat 59. Aurora 58 and Flash 54. We are having a buffer of 12 points in top 5. Buffer of 12 points in top 5 is a crazy thing. You just cannot expect anything else. मतलब 12 पॉइंट्स के डिफरेंस में तुम एंजॉय कर सकते हो. दैट्स अ जॉयफुल थिंग फॉर यू गाइस. मजेदार है वो. फोर चीज ने पोजी में आ गए, मार के खेल रहे. यस सर. स्टे हम्बल. नंबर 1 हो चुके हैं. एवरेज मेंटेन करनी है. सिर्फ एवरेज मेंटेन करनी है, नथिंग एल्स. लेट्स गो. #1 ग्रुप्स में मैसेजेस आना चालू हो गए हैं. रुको. ओजी के इस #1 के खुशी में हैव दिस शिट भाई लोग. तुम मजे करो. जिसको मिले एंजॉय. जिसको नहीं मिली मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. तुम मजे करो. 5 गिफ्टेड आ गई है। तुम लोग मजे करो।
Even though they might have not ended up showing towards the end of that game, they did use that Rondo to go after those eliminations. Exports, Thunder Talk Gaming, we finally saw them.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at Thunder Talk Gaming,
मेरा वे प्रोटीन का डब्बा भी भेज देना, बाजू में हूँ रहता हूँ। हट साले। By the way, thank you so much 1000 ट्रॉफी के लिए भाई साहब। Do you guys know 1000 ट्रॉफी होगी कितनी मेरे लिए? Do you guys even know 1000 ट्रॉफी का मतलब मेरे लिए $10 है भाई। एंड नेक्स्ट एक रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, जो भी सुपर चैट करना चाहता है या जो भी मेंबरशिप लेना चाहता है, अगर तुम्हारे पास ज्वेल्स का ऑप्शन है, प्लीज ज्वेल्स भेजना, प्लीज 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 ज्वेल्स भेजना, बिकॉज ज्वेल्स के साथ ही मेरे को 100% बेनिफिट होता है, बाकी यूट्यूब 30% कट ले लेती है, तो कुछ नहीं कर सकता मैं।
Plays to go directly to the finals.
This is fantastic. I mean, obviously it's
हम
best case
average
scenario for
maintain
any
कर
team.
रहे
For
हैं।
Orangutan especially,
We are maintaining the
looking
average.
at a team here that yesterday was, you know, ramping up the confidence, ramping up the momentum very, very slowly. With this game coming in with a back-to-back, they've gone from 0 wins to 2 and top of the leaderboard in just 2 matches, Max. So I really, really like what we're seeing here. It was proactive.
Average
They were
maintain
thinking about
कर रही है,
not only the
that's
next
it.
move, but the next 3 moves as well. The timing was really good. They took advantage of third parties. That's what we wanted to see from them yesterday.
Yeah.
And they really, really did it. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Exactly the kind of result that they deserve now.
Talking about things you want to see, I'm going to say one thing we didn't want to see was 4 Thrives taking a massive L here on Rondo. I mean, really, clearly a very big mistake. The mistake that's very easy to avoid is don't drop in Ulf's territory, right? You send your recall player and you're surrounded by 4 Ulf players. I can tell you that is not a good place to be. So hopefully, if they do have a bad playing path, they can try and find a better option.
AC का remote लेके आता हूँ,
Get a car and send it forward, loot, and get your teammates recalled maybe a minute or 2 later on down the line. 4 Thrives on Rondo need to fix that slight recall system.
As we're looking at those bottom 3 teams, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and Exports Rejects. Good thing that they were able to get those points laced, as they were able to keep that gap even closer to be outside of the top, out of the bottom 3. But for some of the other squads, the thing is that now you have Alula as well performing. You have Furia being able to perform. They need to continue on with this consistency to try to make it out and hope that those teams that are above them end up getting eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thunder Talk took the 3 eliminations, but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, you know, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was... Who was I looking at? Oh my God. And then we had the moment move around the back, and there was R8 be able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focused on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they clawed their way. I see what I did there? Claw their way out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game, they're safe.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see, because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India's starting to step up, and they're looking to be in the finals, as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not-so-cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today, because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar, that Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right? When we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, it's going from strength to strength to strength. We've seen some real pinpoint precision, multi-nade plays. KRX was fantastic yesterday over on Erangel, just timing those kinds of plays out perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's actually something we were both agreeing on, right? Day one, we were talking about historically how sometimes there's been a lot to be desired with professional level PUBG Mobile on hitting those keynotes with utility usage to really make the most out of it, because it's pivotal late game and it can be the difference of a chicken dinner or not. This event, in terms of engagements and closing fights with at least defensive utility, I think that's been drastically better. We're still seeing some gaps maybe in tactical play. We're talking flashes, right? Some of the smoke plays left a little bit of room to expand, James. But for opening and closing down elims, it's been way better at clearing combat.
I think one thing that has really stood out on Rondo actually. Some teams have been using a lot early that I think they could benefit from just saving a little bit towards the later stages of the game. Deployable cover flares, it's one of the most powerful things that was ever added to the game. And if you keep those into the really late game, that's even more powerful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, effectively at this level as well, right? It's not even as much necessarily you being as cutthroat to get those elims. It's just not leaving yourself exposed to be taken down.
True.
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves your bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out. It's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate.
Oh, I'm getting old. I'm not sure.
You're never really sure. Just to work it in as well, whilst we're talking about the adaptation of play styles,
yes.
Goat obviously on Rondo. They look far more... It's all right to talk about Goat. Can I do it?
highlights काटेंगे इसकी highlights काटेंगे tension मत
Okay, you're allowed to talk about
I'm allowed to talk about Goat. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a baby goat. That's calf wordplay. But anyway, Goat team do come out far faster on Rondo. They play with aggression and they look sick with it. That's exciting because in their regular flow of battlegrounds, they're late rotators. They don't want to take those early fights if they can avoid it because they ramp up late game and look way better when they're fully suited and booted, James. Here, they do prove they can play both play styles.
Do you think they can hold on to a top 5?
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day
the whole event?
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh. Hey, that's an exciting potential here, because they're not really one of the teams that a lot of people are kind of including in that top 5.
No.
You got other teams like Flash that managed to get themselves to the end of this late game again. And actually, I was curious about Flash because I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did yesterday compared to all the other days coming up, I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that second place, right?
Yeah, I think, look, there still is well enough time. Well, I say that, 5 games left to go for some of these teams. So, yeah, there's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James. I've rotted his brain immediately. Yeah. But yeah, I think you can correct the ship. But obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides, you imagine getting back to the hotel last night, you're unpacking the bag, not looking at really things you can celebrate, more issues you can fix, and just unpack that bag, mate, get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, the win that they got yesterday, Flash, on the Erangel game, where we had a 2-2 split. I spoke to Nigma Galaxy as well. They were misreading the situation a little bit, but Flash had so much room on that east side to then be able to move into that field and hold that down.
Actually, OG ने बहुत
दिमाग लगाया पता है, साउथ साइड पे होल्ड डाउन करने का बहुत दिमाग लगाया लॉन्डो ने.
2 समोसे भेजे. हिंदी देखें, हिंदी में क्या इमोशंस रहे हैं.
अगर आप कभी भी आरू के सोशल मीडिया पर जाएंगे ना, आपको देखने को मिलेगा कि वो गेम्स की चीजें सिखा रहे होते हैं एंड काफी अच्छे तरीके से सिखा रहे होते हैं. सो इट्स नॉट जस्ट यू नो
लास्ट देखे हिंदी में क्या रहा है,
इसको करना है, मतलब देखिए.
बट थोड़ी से बाजू पे जाके ये ग्रेनेड गिरता हुआ नजर आया. बट ये फाइट सच में बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट और इंटेंस होने जा रहा है क्योंकि 4v4 का ये फाइट है और कोई
अरे लस्सी हाइडिंग भाई
के पास है. पूरे तरीके से कल का मैच याद करिए जहां पे ओजी के पास डाउन द ग्राउंड था. बात कर रहे थे चिकन डिनर इम्पॉसिबल है, लेकिन आज वो हाइट भी ओजी के पास आ चुका है, मौका भी ओजी के पास है. वो
देखते हैं हिंदी में लोगों ने क्या किया है.
रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उनके ऊपर काफी ज्यादा, ऐसे में क्या वो डैमेज दे पाएंगे. वेन उनके ऊपर वो स्लैश डैमेज नॉक भी निकाला जा चुका है कि एक बार फिर से अटैक करते हुए दूसरे प्लेयर की तरफ से भी कोशिश चल रही है, लेकिन अभी तक कुछ खास यहाँ पे इम्पैक्ट बना नहीं. बट अगेन आरू एक और नॉक निकालेंगे. विस्कॉट उनका भी साथ मिलता हुआ ओजी, उन्हें रोकना मुश्किल, लेकिन आरू काउंटर अटैक में उन्हें भी टेक डाउन किया गया. आतंकी फाइट बैक करना पड़ेगा, चिकन के लिए जाना पड़ेगा.
आतंकी जो गए
आतंकी उन्हें भी टेक डाउन कर दिया गया. बट एट द एंड साइडलाइन से वो सपोर्ट विनर विनर चिकन डिनर ओजी निकालते हुए कल के दिन पे आखिरी मैच का वो चिकन और आज की दिन की शुरुआत चिकन डिनर से होती हुई। ओजी स्वागत है आपका पोडियम में।
कल से बहुत लोगों ने बहुत कुछ कहा,
काफी अच्छा स्टार्ट बनाया।
गेम स्टार्ट हो गया बॉयज, गेम स्टार्ट हो गया। लेट्स गो टू इंग्लिश।
From Aru. Yeah, he's good eliminations in this game. Looking at the match rankings right now, they are pretty stacked. Because I'll tell you what, OG is on top when it comes to the overall 66 total points.
हो गया 95 खत्म, इतना सब खा लिया आज। बाप रे।
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, 4th Thrives in second right now. It's a tough place to be in. Yeah, 4th Thrives.
नॉर्थिंग साइड का सर्कल रोजॉक अपने पास सर्कल रहेगा। Let's go.
Definitely tell the difference between 4th Thrives or OG in terms of the elimination points. 37 eliminations to 46. And if we drop that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now, and I really do mean it. It's Aru the arrow flying straight towards those targets and playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to do as an IGL, to be both at the front.
Oh, run, Aru, run! Run, Aru, run! Oh my gosh! The bows with the nugget.
Oh, brother!
No way!
Yo. OG might be cooked this game.
पर मार सकते हैं, मार दो हाँ 3-4 फ्लैश निकाल लो।
Flash trying to
क्रेजी हो जाएगा।
Last match in the final 1v1 on the squads. Tanky rocks up to the tree line. Both behind. You're right, the knife is out. The serrated blade is not enough.
क्रेजी हो जाएगा, मार दो।
Here to play.
चलेगा, रेप दो। ये फाइट जरूरी थी भाई। ये क्या हुआ है? हम एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर रहे थे, ये हुआ क्या?
Get the last laugh here.
Shows they don't need Aru.
Win को भी देख लो।
Nice to have him, but they won't have him this game. Down to 3. AKOP able to
एक ने मारे हैं, 2-3 मारे एक ने, बढ़िया।
Secures his 3rd elimination of the match as well, and Flash rock away with Win, but in this case they seriously took the L.
Are they hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way. That
what is he trying?
Insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here, folks, and it's OG.
चलेगा। जो हुआ देखा जाएगा। 3 फ्रैग्स मिल गए अर्ली स्टेज पे। We are getting the.
They absolutely do, and I mean, for OG,
we are getting this shit right now.
They're gonna
it's
have
all
to
good.
to the hidden village with Naruto, with our new Ninetales Fury.
All good. कोई वरीज नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
2 separate versions
People
of the
thinking
same thing, which
problems
is crazy.
नहीं है। Outron off हुआ, finish हुआ।
He's hunting him down, dude. He's looking.
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like this. He's got to keep the reputation high, apparently.
भाई उसने चेज कर लिया है यार, इसने चेज कर लिया है।
Get some loot here.
वो 6 नॉक फिनिश कर दिया ना एक आधे को OG के, तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी।
So what a crazy way to start things off. Aru running for his life, dude, straight legging it.
My brother was in trouble.
Oh man,
I ain't gonna lie though, he was feeling the tickle of the blade on his back. He was just ahead of them.
अब info है।
I mean, he had to pull out the old
info तो है, चलो।
with the knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way to get it done. I mean, he was impervious to blades quite some time. Only the point did it.
Dude, that tickle was so close. He's like, I can't even run serpentine at all. I can't move. I just gotta
go
run.
भाग गया ये भी भाग गया, नहीं तो इसको हट कर लिया होता।
Yeah, they did.
That I respect from the rest of OG.
And they came in heavy.
But they know how important he is.
Yeah,
they know
dude.
just how important he is. So to keep him up is a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's so
important
ridiculous
things
to see your top fragger.
I would
also
say important
be your
things.
IGL.
Yeah.
And you said yourself, and I agree. It's so difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you do have those rare, just superstars that can.
Yeah, Beowulf back in the day, that guy was unreal, but they just don't come around all that often.
You don't see it. When you do, though, I mean, talk about the trust you gain from your squad. Right?
Yeah.
चलो अच्छा ही रंग में बहुत बढ़िया
he's also carrying. I think we gotta listen, you know what I'm saying? So it definitely does help
for this.
Yeah, for sure, like yes sir.
But आरू को लूज नहीं करना था यार, आरू की गन्स चल रही है, मैं एक चीज बोलूंगा, आरू की जो गन्स है ना वो चल रही है, मतलब आरू फिनिशर्स निकाल रहा है, टोटल फिनिशर्स के नंबर्स में आरू बहुत आगे चल रहा है.
Honestly, I don't think Fury's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it, and that was despite having a really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out it. I do think them getting in quite late was almost a blessing because they could decide on which side they wanted to head towards. But by that time, you have little to no information of what's happening around the map.
और जा रहा होता चल जाता.
Shot over towards KRX as they do pass on by. This is towards those yellows. On the southern edge, they've just moved through the forest, south side of Pachinki. But Enigma Galaxy once again already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation.
कई दफा क्या होता है ना
I want to talk about that point you were talking about earlier, though, right?
Lydia, 14
points in the last match, and they were one of those teams that was really critical because they're one of those squads we honestly were kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at the replay though, as Aru is running for his life. Saying, "Please stop, guys, leave me alone." And those shots strayed the rest of the team off. But oh my gosh, Bose with the knife throw just said, "Nah, we're shutting them down."
You see, they can just see the death crate appearing. Man, they hadn't even had a vehicle in his face. Right? Scratching the cheeks.
Oh man, and Bose gets that knock, and I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah, because I mean he didn't have it, otherwise he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here. They're just too close.
It's a tough one.
गन होने के बावजूद कुछ नहीं कर पाए, पता है?
They get some more points on both, 3 points in total.
आरू गन होने के बावजूद नहीं कर पाए, बहुत ज़्यादा क्लोज हो गए थे.
Which is nice. But only 3 players. Yeah, I think it's still doable.
Definitely.
And for OG, they get a really easy start up towards Yasnaya, which is very central right now. DK though up against Alula.
Zone प्यारा मिल गया, पता है?
Got him.
वो casualty के पीछे zone बहुत प्यारा मिल गया.
And he needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up because prior to this one they had 21.
बहुत प्यारा मिला,
so
पता है?
33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that, you know, 6th to the 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Fudia, they had a 12-point gap there, and it kind of just goes down from there. So for Fudia to get a good game in, they now balance themselves out. They still need a good couple games if they want to push into top 5. And Ula starting off really strong here.
But center मिलना बहुत प्यारी चीज है, बहुत अच्छी धुन है.
Hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop though, and it is going to be in that mansion, shelter, Yasnaya area.
बस अब
like
नीचे अगर
Aurora coming in all the way from military base are going to push on up. We're going to look at this heaven area.
It's AGL
though,
versus
like it's going to be
RJC right now.
Rejects. They're going to hold that down.
X-Force Rejects doing their best here. All gamers also
AGL को भगा दिया. AGL को भगा दिया.
Well, these boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest. Very playable for the likes of Goat, as well as Enigma Galaxy who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Enigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on. But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now I think I have a small amount of disappointment.
Oh भाई, 5 लोग देख रहे हो यार, make sure to hit that like, subscribe.
Coming through. They have shown
like करो, subscribe करो.
Some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that gave 4 Thrive such a run for the money over in PMGO.
Oh.
So if we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams on the block. I mean, for instance, OG just looks like a different team to me, honestly.
OG ने बहुत अच्छा खेला है.
You got Ulf. I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely expect them to always.
FL अगर यहाँ eliminate हो जाती है तो बहुत दिक्कत है FL के लिए भी. Top 5 तो निकल जाएगी.
Right, but I mean, one good game we'll see them in that spot. This could be it. I mean, they are in Yasnaya.
Everybody is feeling for that one good game only. और क्या ही है? हर कोई वो एक अच्छे गेम का ही तो वेट कर रहा है.
We could see them definitely pop off. But you know, you are right. There are so many teams right now, like in this time.
यासनाया के अंदर आ गई है उला भी.
We've never seen the lobby just so well balanced. Right? In years past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling. But now at this point, anybody can take.
कोई भी वहाँ रहा है. सही बात है. कास्टर ने एक्चुअली अच्छा बोला है कि ये लॉबी कुछ इस तरीके की बनी हुई है कि तुम किसी को नहीं बोल सकते हो कि वो बाहर है. बॉटम 3 छोड़ दो. बट अगर तुम टॉप 10 में बोलोगे ना तो कोई भी एक अच्छे गेम के साथ टॉप 5 में एंट्री कर सकता है. सिर्फ एक चिकन की बात है.
I think Thundertalk has a lot more in them to give.
टॉप 10 में कोई भी एक्चुअली देखा जाए तो टॉप 12 में कोई भी.
Just shows that there is that potential there for Thundertalk. But you're right, it is a fairly balanced lobby, but balanced towards being. This is a
आरू 15 फ्रैग्स पे है.
You know, no one's pulling any punches right now.
आरू 15 पे है भाई. आरू 15 पे है.
For gaming sides, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They were wondering if he's going to head over towards those fielded areas. Does not.
I felt bad for him. अगर वो ये गेम खेल रहा होता, 2-3 फ्रैग्स निकालता, वो नंबर 1 पहुंच जाता.
Yes, now getting cut out here is a little tough.
Yeah,
wondering what OG's next.
फलक से ऊपर पहुंच जाता वो.
Right, what is OG gonna do? What's Wolf gonna do? It looks like Wolf. They were in the Yasnaya field. They don't get blessed. They're going to go ahead and do a huge wraparound here to reposition. Well, let's look at go. Yeah,
TTG की वाट लग चुकी है. TTG is not surviving anymore.
Once again, Awake running for his life here. Does get a little fortunate.
अच्छा, NGX देख लिया गोट को.
Goat getting knocked. Maybe that's from Enigma Galaxy. Moxie up close to personal. Wajin catches him slipping.
यही TTG.
Thundertalk out.
But गोट का तुम लोगों को एक चीज पता है?
I mean, Goat's just too good of a team. All there is to it. They got the Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's over.
He's wrapped them in
गोट के तुम लोगों को एक चीज पता है? गोट की जो ओरिजिनल लाइनअप है ना, वो नहीं खेल रही है.
I think for Goat, it's been all right. Again,
गोट ई-स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स की वीजा जो है वो अप्रूव नहीं हुई थी. तो एक दो ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं गोट की तरफ से जो दूसरे लाइनअप से उठा के इन्होंने लाइनअप बनाई है और ये #2 चल रहे हैं. सोचो, हम सिनर्जी की बात करते हैं, हम लेफ्ट राइट सेंटर किसी दूसरी चीजों की बात करते हैं. भाई परफॉर्मेंस वो होना चाहिए बे. छाती पे कंट्री का फ्लैग है, तुम परफॉर्म करोगे. वो वाली गणित चल रही है. और दिखाया है गोट ने वो करके.
A little bit more work, yeah. I think we really do need to have to wait to finals though to see that come through. Because
on top of group stage, yeah.
On top of group stage, right?
They got a long way to go.
Long way.
They want that. They want that.
So there are things.
Hey, I mean, at this rate though, they would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They wouldn't play the group stage out. Get that direct qualification, which would be nice. If they can keep things up, that is. We do have a few more games left today.
14 teams, 51 players. I would say अगर 52 होते तो बहुत बढ़िया होता, but ठीक है.
That's right.
Into our Miramars to
हमारा एक प्लेयर गलत एलिमिनेट हुआ.
The wonderful John and Jackie.
कभी-कभी नसीब भी काम करते हैं. लोग बोल रहे हैं गॉडल भी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही थी इंटरनेशनल स्क्रीम्स में. यस, मैंने देखा है. मैंने उनकी स्क्रीम्स देखी भाई. बट मेरे को सिर्फ एक दिक्कत लग रही है दैट गॉडल का जो एनालिस्ट है ना, स्मोकी का वीजा अभी तक अप्रूव नहीं हुआ है. अगर वो होता पेरिस के अंदर तो और ज्यादा बेटर होता. अभी भी गॉडल अच्छा ही खेलेगी, बट बहुत ज्यादा बेटर होता अगर स्मोकी वहां होता. तो जल्दी उसका वीजा अप्रूव करवाओ बे. बट क्या ही अप्रूव करके होगा? कल तो मैचेस है. Where are we? We are on the edge. वेस्टर्न एज पे है हम. हमें ये एरिया लेना पड़ेगा. ये वाला एरिया अपने को लेना पड़ेगा.
Alright, I want vending machines for free, as well as, you know, all the rest, the cool things, you know, the white balls, the blind balls, everything you might need, tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses,
your favorite phone.
मुझे अप्लाई करना है पासपोर्ट के लिए. मेरा तो है. मैंने कर लिया लास्ट ईयर. मैंने माथा 2 साल पहले मैंने बहुत माथापच्ची करके मेरा पासपोर्ट बनवा लिया.
And you know, teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest.
बहुत ज़्यादा दिमाग लगाना पड़ा पर हो गया
all
काम.
the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, for those that don't know, I mean, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. I mean, some of them have personal nutritionists, they have exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And, I mean, you got millions of dollars
documents लगते हैं,
right? You got to give your players as much advantage
जन्म
as
से
you
लेके
possibly
मरण तक सब
can.
कुछ.
And one thing I
आधार
do
कार्ड ले जा,
love,
पैन कार्ड ले जा,
especially I've
10th की
noticed about
मार्कशीट,
this
12th
tournament,
की मार्कशीट.
is adaptation. Prior to so many
Everything.
different squads, we'll see like, okay, a bad performance, no change, just the same old kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some teams like, all right, hey, let's make some adjustments, like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. 4 Thrives ended up going out in the last one here. But they're still in a good position.
कर लेना, हर document पे तेरा नाम
is
save
always
हो.
going to be that map to where
कोई भी change ना हो.
championships are made.
Like Ayush Mishra है तो हर जगह Ayush Mishra है. कोई जगह पे single है, कोई जगह पे double है, ऐसा ना हो.
Teams have had to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past you could get away with first day,
that's a great point.
Second day, and then adapt.
वो थोड़ा सा तेरे को notice करना पड़ेगा.
You got to do your research. It's why we see
हर
teams
document पे तेरा नाम एक
so
ही होना
late
चाहिए.
to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together. Here in the
We're
arena. We're getting back in towards the action. Things are starting to pop off in a big way as Ulf does open up. RQ is looking quite good here. They have been putting the work over towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards Old Gamers.
मर रहे हैं frags के लिए.
Gonna look at KRX there, getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGAL getting a punish here. It's just Maple up left for the squad. Benny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the... Oh, that one actually did. Maple's hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do a crazy 1v4 here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, yo, why don't we push up as all 4? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
There he goes out the window, goes way too far.
आतंकी ने FL को पूरा हमने ही मारा है. हमने पूरा FL को मारा है.
On the approach, smaller building, one way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. I mean, you love to set it up, but they're really going to happen. Enigma Galaxy heading over towards RQ. These guys have been making a lot of noise.
पूरा FL को खत्म कर दिया भाई.
Galaxy.
तुमने एक को चाकू किया, हमने पूरा ही मार दिया.
Turn that music down.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy putting that work, and we saw them come in super late last night. And I was saying like, hey, what were y'all guys doing? Y'all guys studying? Y'all guys?
Let's go.
And they said,
ping
pong.
12 teams, 40 players, हम zone. भाई, हमारे लिए zone बहुत प्यारा है, पता है? We have a crazy zone right now.
That's what they were.
आगे कोई नहीं हमारे.
All night.
That's what they said. And it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
Did you just expose their secret sauce?
Maybe I just did.
Okay, now everyone's gonna be on the ping pong. Now Enigma Galaxy can't get on
Zone
the ping pong.
बहुत प्यारा है
Look
अपना.
what we've done.
रुको, चलते हैं.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
देखते हैं.
You know what? It was VOD review.
It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce, all the stops here.
Yeah.
Oh, Gotho, look at that. Force on the roof, getting these little bank-nades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something. He's
now this is for map field. We have a great position in zone right now. Wolf की fight चल रही है GSTR के साथ. GSTR गायब हो रही है. GSTR गायब हो चुकी है.
Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean, man, imagine just giving them so little respect that you don't even check the corner there and still winning the fight. That yeah, if you're Gaming Stars,
अपने लिए zone में बहुत अच्छा एरिया है.
We need some more ping pong.
अरे नेट गलत हो गया.
We need to do something here, right? Got to make sure you're locked in going towards the end.
Coordination,
those thumbs are just rock solid here.
Kind of like mine.
Yeah.
Well, medium rare.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
10 teams, 31 players.
Yeah. I think I could play with hands like the rock.
40 फंस सकती है. हाँ, प्रेशर बना रही है. एक दो नेट से ओपनिंग निकल गई तो लग जाएंगे.
Enigma Galaxy taking the fight over towards Go in the meantime. 4 Thrives have been under pressure from a bombardment before, and they immediately start scattering. Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus Nigma Galaxy over on our angle yesterday.
Ah, you need फटा. But IQ ने निकाल दिया, बढ़िया.
IQ there, and 4 Thrives were just circling them like sharks, and they are putting.
पूरा मार रहे भाई, पूरा मार रहे. गायब कर दिया 4 Thrives ने.
Something going here. As 4 Thrives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Aaron.
फलक को एक मिल गया ना.
I mean, right now,
मेरे को चाहिए ना फलक को ना मिले, because मेरे को आतंकी टॉप रैंकिंग लिस्ट में चाहिए थे.
Take some special towards the end of the day, though. They haven't played bad.
नहीं यार,
they are a dead center team. Vaibhav finds a shot over towards a tanky. As OG.
Finally, ठीक है. किसी और ने हेल्प कर दी. चलेगा, चलेगा. किसी और ने हेल्प कर दी भाई.
X-Force rejects in front of them, playing in heaven.
Yeah, the problem with this is that we still have the top 4 teams in this circle here. And if they all do well in this game, that's going to start creating a little bit of a point gap. And if that happens, especially in the next game, oh, it's going to get wild.
Yeah, I
feel
what's going to happen here.
Hold down करना है.
Thrives as well as Heaven. This is the type of team that would just
send it.
Just underneath though.
फलक को मारना पड़ेगा.
Deal with OG. WizGod opens up though. This is good damage.
दोनों के लिए 3 ने. Let's go. हमने 4 TR को मार दिया. वो अबे किल चोरी हो गए.
Put in that work. Getting out Huzaifa. Yeah, now it's just IQ up left. So
kill चोरी हो गए.
Stiff arm there. Getting it done. Trying to hold on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, they're at 71. That is a good almost 20 points away from 6th place. If they end up strong here, that could be a straight lock for the top 5.
Yo, you know what happened? I reckon Aru went to this game. He's like, guys, you can't perform without me. Then we got some serious problems. I'm going to go drop over here. You guys drop over there. I'm going to get knifed up. It's going to be okay. You guys got to play on a 3, and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember,
top 8 आ गए. We are getting some good points right now.
Hold off 4 Thrives. Leave IQ as just 1.
No worries.
Maple still going miraculously, by the way.
अबे वो नेड आ गया रे. Maple निकाल सकता था Aurora को भी बाहर. बढ़िया.
Go ahead and take at least 1 point home with them. He'll take that as Aurora and Mansion
NGX
are completely hard stuck.
NGX Aurora को फंसा रही हो एक छोटे से compound में.
Look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here. And this is outside of the circle, so I'm not surprised we're going to see Nigma Galaxy just kind of win it out to maybe get these last 3 eliminations and then push into the zone from there. You got Coops up close and personal. Keeping an eye on things. You gotta be careful. You cannot afford to get knocked. Igor, though, actually from Furia is staring at this as well. Man, Aurora, this is worst case scenario.
Aurora फंस चुकी है.
Aurora looking at you.
कितना किल चोरी हुआ? 2.
Here. Man, they're just going to try to do what they can.
2 चोरी हुआ.
Nade underneath. Going through from Coops right now. Doc seeing it enter. Another one could do the trick. And Coops is feeling it right now. He's been a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up now. 1v1 versus Reapers. They're down.
Is done for.
It is Sheep to find the final shot from far, far away. It's been a rarity though, seeing a Heaven Circle in a long, long time. Usually it's a little bit of a feature, but
भाई zone देखो, हम zone में.
See exactly where stage 7 heads over towards. Does it drop down towards that southwest
International stage पे फाड़ा है हमारी team ने.
Putting in that work. They have
OG has made us so fucking proud.
Exactly going to go ahead and shift on 2. But they got coverage right now. Protect those vehicles. That's so important because if the zone hard shifts away from them, they're definitely going to need them. So keep those protected. Wait for that next zone.
I don't think so. यहाँ से हम top 5 से बाहर जा रहे हैं. We are not going out of top 5 from this position.
Where are we headed?
Side में zone कट जा. कट जा.
Nigma Galaxy will absolutely have to move, and we are over towards Heaven. Gives OG another chance here as well on that western side. They're looking for the turkey here, dude.
Hey, the OG fans were happy about that one. I heard some claps happen the second that zone shifted. Let's see how this all works. Yeah, they are looking for that turkey.
Zone bhi hai.
Row here. Here comes Nigma Galaxy though on the drive. 477 stuck out, and they actually pass them up completely. They're driving straight towards OG.
OG's gonna have to hold them off. Around the other edge of things. It is a 4v3 here. Tanky the first to fall. But WizGod actually is able to get a bit of a clap back over towards that way, and Ralph is left behind. So only 2 players to Nick Galaxy, possibly allowing chance for OG to reset.
IQ last
IQ भी spotted है. IQ भी spotted है.
That nade looks good. WizGod, ooh, barely getting out of the way of that one. Coop's gonna throw another though. Coop is hungry. He finds a nice headshot there. That one stung. He knows exactly where they are. This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye. Gets the knock on a tanky.
They're on their last legs right now. I think there was a bare moment where everyone was on practically 10 HP. WizGod will finish off IQ up in the distance. That felt personal.
Coop's throwing a quick Molotov down low. He needs to start doing some of that low toss action we saw earlier. But he's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this heat-seeking missile down south. Oh, he's got to watch his back, though. And he gets him. Coops is doing some damage right here, all by himself.
Lemonade goes a little bit too far. WizGod takes another nasty hit. Smoke's going forward here, trying to keep AKOP alive, but a 4th place is still fantastic for OG.
हमें third party से help मिल रही है.
Will give time for potentially WizGod to move up and pick up AKOP in the midst of all the smoke here. Makes the dash now.
Devil gets a knock onto Satan. What is going on
हमें help
right
मिल रही
here?
है. हमें third party से help मिली. Oh भाई.
A demon on demon action. This is crazy.
Meanwhile, Furia is going to put in some work at Silence. He's got that MG3. That's the gun to have here. Furia, man.
Furia अगर ऊपर आ जाती है.
Chicken dinner. As Silence gets another knock there, and the finish actually. Coops down to his last.
हम 2 player survive कर रहे हैं, but survival important है.
Switch there, hops in the vehicle, hits the passenger seat.
AKOP में स्कॉट ये duo chicken अगर आ जाता है.
But
मुरीद हो जाएंगे लोग तुम्हारे.
It's gonna do it.
They'll take a 4th place though.
हम top 3 आ चुके हैं.
secures at least a 3rd.
देखे ना 2 knock कर दिए.
AKOP is kind of tearing Xbox Rejects apart, but finally they get shut down, and this is a free game for Furia.
Reward की HP भी बहुत low.
That's what you get, Devil. Take down Satan, friendly fire. Game's gonna end.
वो frag भी मिल गया. वो frag भी मिल गया. बहुत बढ़िया गेम निकला है भाई.
And it feels good.
I just don't complain anything from this game. OG hashtag 3 with these many finishes. चल जाएगा.
Furia, you know that was just a sigh of relief.
हमने 4 Thrives को मारा. हमने Flash को मारा. हमने निग्मा गैलेक्सी को भी बैंड बजा के रख दी भाई. सब की वाट लगाई है. इट इज नॉट अ बैड गेम एट ऑल. देखो चिकन की उम्मीद सबको थी. ऐसा लगा चिकन आएगा, बट प्लेयर्स की कमी, फ्रैग्स. ठीक है, एनी विच वेज बढ़िया था, बढ़िया था. आरू भी लाइक यार, ये चिकन था मेरा.
Handled that ridgeline versus OG. Goodness me, I mean, if it wasn't for Furia, potentially takes down the whole team. But yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to the mark. I think that's the main thing from Furia. They analyzed and saw where the opportunities were there, pushed over the top, and as soon as X-Force Rejects pushes out that building, you see how quickly Furia marched to the other side? That was wild.
Yeah, they knew they had a chance to win it, and they took it. Furia is one of those squads that are so high IQ when it comes to those kind of opportunities. They're not going to miss it, that's for sure. And you're totally right. I mean, once we saw that zone shift, Enigma Galaxy knew they lost this game, right? They're like, hey, you know what? We just gotta try to do whatever we can. Those kind of rotations are gonna have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there. But they did utilize that opportunity to its maximum, that's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag, and they took it.
Again, it's nice to see some more aggression coming out of Enigma Galaxy. It's nice to see OG on the front lines taking some good fights, and without Aru as well towards that end there. For X-Force Rejects, I need a little bit more to be convinced, because you are playing it's a god compound at the end of the day.
It was luck, right? It was luck, but you know,
it's just what you need.
It's just what you need, you know, and they just happened to get it. And it's good for them that it happened now in the second game of the last 8, right? So We've seen it in the past where teams that are coming in a little bit nervous, don't have that as much experience as some of these other guys. They get a lucky game, and sometimes that just gives them the opportunity to actually do something, right?
Yeah.
But, you know...
no, it's true, because you certainly start to play a little bit more different.
Like,
especially nervous teams as well coming into this, you know. It's a big stage. We have fans from around the world here as well. Sometimes it could be hard, obviously, disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, boom, you're good to go.
Yes, indeed. And man, it's so good to see these teams, right, be able to pull out all the stops here towards the end. These leaderboards have been bouncing all over the place here. But you know what? We got Calais with Flash. Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
Oh, God knows.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes, I am with Top Z from Flash after these 2 games, because I really wanted to talk to them about a very unusual circumstances that have been happening. But first, let's start with day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got the first place on the Erangel yesterday. So talk to me about the team's approach to yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday? What did you think overall?
Ngày hôm qua thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map là Erangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là chưa làm tốt.
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay. That's fair, and coming into day 2, you got a second place on the Rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Orangutan. And then game 2 happens today, and then Orangutan hits you guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that, and do you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở top 2 ở cái trận đấu đầu tiên á, và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á, đã ném bom trúng cho mình á, và hạ gục mình. Thì ở trận thứ 2 thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
Sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn, vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn, nên là mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second maps, I would say we were pretty luckier than the first maps, and we also like have our own experiences based on the first map. So we did a good job on the second one, and I think like based on that result, we'll keep continue, you know, like pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games. And that does it for us here, down on the stage.
What a start for everybody. Everybody is saying this is the perfect start. आरू के लिए एक पर्सनल वीडियो आने वाली है. भाई बहुत कंट्रोवर्शियल स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे हैं. By the way, I will tell you one thing. They got Palak, we got Faraz. People don't know the real name of this god, na? People don't know. Actually, people don't know. ना लोगों को आरू का ना रियल नाम पता है, ना लोगों को विस गॉड का रियल नाम पता है. I guess the people don't know both of them. Wikipedia कहाँ है? ये रहा ना. रुको, I'll get back to this. I'll get back to this. They got Falak, we got Faraz, भाई. ये देखो, AKOP, आतंकी, आरू एंड विस गॉड. हमजा अली मजारी का घर है ये.
Well, it seems like John has finally tired himself out after a very busy day of activities. But here at EWC 26, Pmwc is just kicking off for another day of games. Don't miss it, as it's going to be explosive. There's only one rule: just don't wake John.
John looks so sweet just taking a nap right now. One team that was not allowed to take any naps today was Furia because of the way that they were able to perform in day one. But in day two, Max, they are bringing it.
Oh, they were sleeping day one, but now they're wide awake and they're back in the fray. It's so good to see them play around heaven, maybe making sure they clear their backside and then just pushing into heaven, playing the high ground spot. And we'll have a clip later on of how they wrapped up that game properly. But Furia, it's so good to see Brazil is showing some presence here in this group. And 16 points, oh, that's going to put them way higher up on the rankings.
And we're looking at the second place Orangutan with the points. Honestly, the consistency that we're seeing out of this squad is exactly what we want to see. And if they're going to continue on like this, pretty soon we're going to be saying that that squad is going to be going straight to the finals because they're creating a bit of a lead there all the way down to the team that's in 6th place.
Yes, looking very, very good for
Orangutan ने इसमें
भी
third आने के बावजूद 9 प्राइज निकाल लिए, 14 points ले लिए
भाई. As far as the match rankings go, right, the second place in terms of points, just 14 points is a big amount to be coming in to the first Erangel for. I mean, we got 2 more Erangels for them to come on through here, but yeah, Furia able to really just wrap things up. I do want to say big ups to X-Force Rejects as well. They had heaven and they kept it.
No.
Oh no. Oh dear. Yes, the replay coming on through of the oddest fight I think we've had so far. Get him.
No.
And then the rest of the team going, how dare you? No, we're coming in hot here. Just going to avoid some trees, go around a little bit, and just pile in.
It's a very dangerous game of tag with knives. Who does that?
This shows the camaraderie, you know? You're like, oh, you took out our leader. How dare you? And this is the energy that I love seeing from OG. I do want to
बढ़िया खेली होती है, एक्चुअली बढ़िया खेली. ये फाइट जरूरी थी, पता है. ये कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर के लिए जरूरी थी. We got the confidence booster.
They were from the bottom. Now they're here. This was something. Okay, this is something that they needed to do, I guess, a little bit earlier on in the stage. But look, you were saying they had heaven. That was good. They were able to have line of sight. Even when the contention started with for Thrives against OG, they were able to grab a couple of eliminations from that position. But the mistake that led, obviously having that, they were pushing out of the building, which Furia, obviously with their 1000 IQ, were able to capitalize on that. But look, they had 16 points heading into today. So having that game pushes them out of that bottom 3, which is exactly what they need to do. But is it something that they can sort of carry on into these next matches? I do feel that they rotated incredibly early. They didn't really have the utility to sort of back up these fights that were happening down on the hill, which any sort of grenade, I think they would have taken that home. So it was a little bit difficult, too early of a rotate for them. A little bit of luck mixed in between it, but let's hopefully we can see more of these adjustments going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to jump in here though as well, as I think this is exactly the game that they were needing to now push them forward into the next couple of games. You know, if you've had kind of a rough day, you do just want to get into the top 5, have a survival game, be assured that you actually can get in there, and then you can come into the next game going, okay, we've made a top 3, we've got some decent points, there's a little bit of pressure off of our shoulders, we've reminded ourselves that we're able to actually compete at this level, and we can go on forward now. So I'm hoping for big things coming in from them.
Yeah, and for X-Force, honestly, I don't agree with what people were saying in regards that they got lucky. They were able to defend it off against a lot of people. But moving on to some of the other squads, I actually know we got a clip about Furia that you've been wanting to see, Max. Oh, you know what? Before you even show it, how about show some stats? They were passive, but the thing is, it ended up working out in their favor because they were playing that to win it.
I just wanted to see a win from Furia, genuinely. That's all I wanted to see.
They gave it to you.
After yesterday, we didn't get it, but here we go, looking at the final clip. You might be thinking, oh, they're just going to go from Chief's compound straight into the side of X-Force Reject, but no, they put themselves between the outskirt of the circle and the middle portion of the circle, meaning X-Force Reject, even the side of NGX, Orangutan are all going to be forced naturally into their position. So all you have to do is set up a very solid defense. And you do that, by the way, with an MG3, which is the best weapon to have for Mr. Silence himself. My MVP prediction of the tournament. I loved it. They now see the number of players is down to just 2. Just nailed it down, take home that win. That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was I just want to touch in that. That was a great sort of overview of what I was sort of explaining, like they
OG
didn't
80
believe
पे
that
बाबा
position superior.
Just hold it.
Obviously capitalize on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean, Exports Reject should have just waited.
Yes, we're looking at the overall here. Orangutan now with 80 points. And that's just what I've been talking about. Like right now with this squad, they have a 25-point lead over 6th place. Top 5 is where you want to be if you want to end up going to the finals. You could end up almost saying, because the way that they're currently playing is so consistent, this squad could be already going to the finals. I don't care if it's too early, but they're playing like it and they're looking like it too.
I mean, honestly, I think we get to the halfway point, and then I
बहुत
think
प्यारा
that
खेल है।
statement is going to be very true, just based on what happens in the next game, right? 4th Rhymes as well. You know, they're starting to go down the leaderboard just a little bit.
बहुत ज़्यादा प्यारा खेल है। अपन अपना
I mean,
dinner
yes,
order कर
Exports
लेते हैं।
Rejects have
थोड़ा
made it
रुको, मैं
out of
dinner
the
order
bottom
कर लेता
3 by quite a bit, actually. But Team RRQ, that's not a team I was expecting to see down here, Max.
No Pecco, please. Where is No Pecco? I want to see some presence from him. Though we did see a little bit higher up on that second page, this Ulf. And a lot of people would say that's disappointing, right? For a team that was second place back at PMGO Season 1 and did so good, especially during the PMGC finals. Let them cook, right? They're slow starting team. Yang Tashol, right? I don't know how you say it in Turkish, but they're slow starting team. I wouldn't be too scared for them, at least as they don't make in the bottom 3. We're fine. Ulf will come back eventually in this tournament.
I was going to say, I don't want to flex on my Turkish just yet, all right?
We're not there.
Let's hold on to that one. But before we even move on, how about we talk about some predictions here? Because for everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC Play app and do your predictions if you haven't already. And if you do end up winning something, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I want you to tell me quickly, predictions. Who's going to be winning the next game?
Winning the next game is going to be 4th Rhymes.
Enigma Galaxy.
Stop asking me, because apparently I get it wrong and then I get roasted. So don't ask me that question again.
Such a cop-out.
Exports Rejects, that's who I won, all right? Exports Rejects, show me, keep on that momentum going. But we're actually going to be going to none other than Barty with the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, good.
Right you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of PMWC joining me on the main stage here. I've got Yangon Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year. You guys managed to secure the championship. The way that you did that was by consistently putting up placement points. You didn't play too aggressive. You just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group stage tomorrow. Has the strategy changed? What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to smile or rubby too much, but we will prepare for every possible situation, every scenario that, including the we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because this is strategy. Yeah.
Okay. Keeping the cards close to your chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool. Now, your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. It's traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so proud to be here representing Myanmar and wearing Myanmar culture clothes on the international stage. And also that is so meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be like a Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer for us.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible skin in-game, just go over to the PMWC event in-game, okay? Now, redeem with perk vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos Champion Outfit Ancient Charm Set. Yangon Galacticos, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I'm going to shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2 of the group stage.
I don't know about Ancient Charm. That guy's got New School Charm. What a sweet guy. And what a fun team Yangon Galacticos has been. Last year in EWC 2025, they were fantastic. It was good to watch them then. It's good to see them again here again. But we're heading in towards Erangel next. Map number 3.
Let's get it going here, man. Hey, I want to say one thing, right? I love, you know, good old-fashioned esports jerseys. I want that, though. I want one of those, man. So if you got that in a triple XL, bring it on down. But you know
it
what?
looks comfy, dude.
It definitely does. It definitely does. These guys are looking fly, you know, here. But you know what? Speaking of fly, I think it's time to get this started here into the second air gale of the day. Only 3 more matches after this, but this is going to be a crucial one.
OG up to 80 points now. I think it's going to be difficult to knock them out of that top 5 unless there's some incredible shifts up in the rankings as thing goes on. But honestly, I think OG, they're riding high right now. They are feeling good. I don't think anyone's going to challenge them too much. They might drop out of first place, but I'd love to see them stay up there throughout the entire this survival stage.
Back to it, back to it, back to it. OG, Vedant bhai, welcome to the stream, buddy. क्या गेम चल रहा है यार? Last game में अगर आरू जल्दी eliminate नहीं हुआ होता तो top player ना होगा ना आ गया रे top
players. Yeah, top with the most damage. 4,357. Unbelievable performance right here from him. Fortunately, we don't see Aurora.
I fucking don't care with God के जो track story हुए उसके बारे में. But 1v4 मारा उसने.
Already now have a nice point sponge, like you mentioned. The Golden 14, nice amount of points as well. Second and third. This is going to be a close one. It's really going to come down to the last match.
Everything is going good for OG.
Absolutely. Now looking out towards the bottom of the leaderboards, RRQ in 14th. Now RRQ qualified on a technicality. They've been working hard, putting in the time to try and get through towards that group stage, potentially through to the finals. It'd be a shame to see them go out here in survival stage, but right now they are not playing up to scratch. So they do a little bit more here. 28 points to the 32. The X-Force Rejects have been able to grab the back of that last game. But we do have Naruto skins in game at the moment. The Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in game. As we all know.
Wow, now the line is specifically visible around hashtag 111.
Of course.
That's right. That's right. If you could learn any Naruto jutsu, what would it be?
I told you. Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
I asked him the same one.
You asked that. I have the same answer.
What is it?
Rasen Shurinken.
Ah, very nice.
I had like such weird deja vu for a second. Damn, let me...
Again, Erangel, last Erangel of the day. The Erangel.
I'll tell you what, I'm going
give me a second.
Okay, you know what? You know what? I'll tell you, doesn't have a couple secs, and that is going to be Thunder Talk Gaming once.
There are 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars and
and Shiva with the vehicle spot's going to go ahead and get that confirmation. But oh, he's actually going to have to watch out because Seeing is already there, putting that punishment down. So Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects, battling it out, back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. Sitting did survive. And he looks like he is going to promise safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down that push from X-Force Rejects. One little mistake.
Absolutely. X-Force Rejects leading 1 there. I was looking up jutsus in the meantime.
All right. Change your decision?
No, but hey, I actually have this tattooed on my back, but it's the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. That one's cool. That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock myself in game using that.
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what?
I need a res, bro. I need a res.
I need a res.
Need a reanimation jutsu right now. Come on, bro.
I'm going with the Flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you marked, pow, and I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, Minato is the GOAT. So,
yes.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. But we are jumping down towards Sosnovka. And we do have to talk about this.
Yes.
We do got to talk about this because this is fun to watch. But it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We're here to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thunder Talk already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy are also looking to move across. And 4th Thrives, they're just not holding it. I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now. They're on 69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better for sure. And with 69, they do have a little bit of a gap from 6th place. But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a especially when you got Beauty climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Look at on over here, especially this is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down to military.
Yo, my boys have got the double hovercraft.
Double hovercraft.
That is actually a massive advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide them down towards the south side if you wanted.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns. Man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, 4 Thrives and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of teams want to take in that position there.
Yeah, KRX actually heading over towards the slope. Moving up towards 4 Thrives' position. Ulf is yet to cross yet, just worried at the moment. There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into top 5. They want it on this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, the Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is right on that cusp at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what?
I'm excited.
Me too. Oh, look at this. GOAT going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo. And they end up getting the better of GOAT. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on a glider, getting themselves a position in this next circle.
Yeah, it's sad to see as well, because it's going to be Foopsman as well as Force. Going forward.
90, I would say.
Can't play as you want. There's also Crash Glider here too, so it looks like GOAT was double gliding. KRX is double hovering. Trend around the map. But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them. I gotta disagree with 7 though.
Yeah, international lobbies में एक चीज notice करो.
It did feel a little bit lucky.
Glider के rotations काफी ज़्यादा चलते हैं.
And they sort of immediately lost as soon as it moved away from them.
हमारे लौंडे glider rotations नहीं करते. तुम लोगों को glider उड़ते हुए दिखेंगे.
It's okay to get lucky
कितने gliders
sometimes.
भाई? 4 gliders तो मैंने उड़ते हुए.
It also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular sight line. I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything.
The way these guys
fly
gliders now, बहुत अच्छा है.
Capability to take down a squad moving in and have the wherewithal to set up.
Moxie का frag भी confirm हो गया है.
And actually get some eliminations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
हम लोग हैं कहाँ?
Yeah, I mean, all I know is that if I get zone locked towards the end, I'm feeling lucky. That's for sure, right? But you got to still put in the work even if that happens. This next circle does pop all the way down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And
thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness. I think we're tired of these like crazy water in the middle of the island circles. You know what I'm saying? So no splits here. It's just going to be who is the best in order to get this win.
Right now, the center of airstrip is pretty strong. Good place to play. You could even head over towards C-block too, not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capabilities to move in, but it seems like they may have
Oh boy. Look to see the action is starting to ring off those. Geek gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're going to be holding the satellite position as well as Doxy. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok, though.
Oh, was it
nice enough?
Ragnarok, what have you done, buddy?
Shuts him down.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf. Ulf got across a little bit earlier. They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Zjol trying to hit some mad shotgun shots.
Top की
what he was thinking.
but he spotted.
And out top with his signature Mini 14,
Yeah.
it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
नीचे वाली टीम्स के लिए बहुत बेनिफिट्स है. नीचे वाली टीम के लिए एक्चुअली बहुत बेनिफिट्स है.
Match number 3 here for the second
पीछे से
day.
GSTR आ रही है.
Aurora in
GSTR
fourth
शायद
place.
को अगर स्पॉट कर लेती है
Going out like this is going to be tough. It's going to really be those last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, I think the Galaxy Flash, Udia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles, and look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf is going to have to be mighty careful. His footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh man, the coach didn't look too happy. I really saw that little coach's corner. Let's see if Doc can make him smile. As Rolex is like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
That's crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not. That is ballsy to say that.
पर फिर भी मैनियक ने मार दिया.
And the coach corner, no reaction.
It is international lobby.
No reaction.
Nil point.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Bandar.
He did get shot in the back.
He did, right? Yeah, I was like.
My boy just stood on
अरे
the
भाई
stairs.
बेट हो गया ना पूरा खराब हो गया वो
If I'm going down, this is how I'm doing it.
I'm convinced I'm parkouring stuff.
I'm safe.
हम क्या कर रहे हैं?
Oh man, Yusuf getting caught out. Maniac jumped down? I thought he was on top of the hole. If he was on top of here. Interesting. Scar.
और जा चुकी है कोर्ट के 2 बंदे हैं. हमारी HP ड्रास्टिकली लूज हो रही है.
Ulf just hard commit.
Alula's coming in here as well.
4 drives के पास सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा
points
चांस है
to
इस
grab.
टीम को
I think they're
convert
gonna hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
I mean, why not? I mean, Ulf right now, it feels like people are feeding them points. Ulf's like, they're not even trying to make this difficult for us. They're just
4 points Ulf को मिल गए हैं.
meals.
तुमको ऐसे जोन में 7-8 points average चाहिए होते हैं.
I'll eat that up every time.
And if you get 7-8 average points,
down
then
towards the
it's great.
southeast though.
X-Force bandages लेके घूम रहा है आरू.
Buildings down towards the southwest side of C block, but KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that
ये भी 32-35 bandages लेके घूम रहे हो.
You're massively silhouetted in that situation. It's a question of if anyone else has those sightlines. Now this is a big move from RRQ.
AGL को spot कर लिया. AQ भी क्या चाह रहा है?
3 teams on the southern edge.
I like this play actually.
What are you doing, buddy?
RRQ, you're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough. Like you need to pop.
We got to make a play.
Yeah. We got to make a crazy play, and in order to make at least to the survival stage, this could be it, right? Like, hey, let's take the risk now. Especially with Miramar coming up, let's full send it to the center, and they do make it there safely. So it looks like that bet did end up paying. Oh, as soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst onto one of the players from RRQ. So
beyond 28,
maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
Yeah, well, I would say
you don't go beyond
should assume
28,
the players are going to be playing them towards these
for.
very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure. And they had so much space here, you know. I just think
there wasn't a reason for it, right? That's
तीसरा सर्कल है अभी तक हम जोन के
So
अंदर नहीं
Blackhawk will
पहुंच
get
पाए हैं.
themselves
7
at
लोग
least
देख
one
रहे हो यार,
off the
like
back of that. A lot of teams are unwilling to move now that they're inside the circle. And it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake. Like, there's certain ones that you could be like, all right, it was a coin toss. They could have gone left, they could have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost a player pretty unnecessarily on the side of RRQ. And it's those little tiny ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points, but now we're stuck in a 3rd place with 2. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens though as we look at this. Ooh, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes though. Are we going to have a crazy shift? Does it set her up? That's going to make things interesting. Oh,
man, that's sad for RRQ though.
That is tough.
You make a big play for the south side, and assuming it's going to move out away from airstrip, it runs it straight back. And KRX, honestly, for them,
now you have to move inside the circle.
They're even happier now And if they still got the double hovercraft, they will be very well set up going to this late game.
AGL भी भागेगी, OG भी भागेगी.
Really good at
because 30 seconds के बाद circle चालू हो जाएगा.
Will fly straight across this bridge. Gaming Stars realizing now they need to do it instantaneously. RQ flip to a new area. Fuchsman's on the other side.
They made the push quick.
A bunker each.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Your RQ, the zone swapped on over. Take those bunkers, secure those spots. KRX, I believe they were holding those satellite positions with those hovercrafts, so that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south.
Hashtag 15-16 पे हम eliminate नहीं हो सकते, that is for sure.
A lot of teams though still need to get this zone on top of the leaderboard squad. OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
It's a hard, I mean, we kind of was focused over towards the two bridges there, and we were really unwilling to move. So was all gamers, a little bit scared of it. And I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday on Miramar Gaming Stars, they'll try and figure out a different situation.
AGL के लग गए, AGL के पीछे पड़ जाएगी यहाँ पे.
I do think this is kind of interesting. They could come down from the hillside and sling into the south side of C block if they wanted to. But it's certainly an interesting one. And I think when you see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe this is the play. It looks like to be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're sending it right now. Igor is trying to survive this one. Serpentini, one of his tires did get popped out. He's in trouble. Getting a knock on the air. Yeah, just trying to send it to safety, but Ayala pops him out the vehicle.
It's not going to be. Fury has been marshalling this northeast road for a long, long time. Pulling out the badge.
Oh, pulling out the buggy.
Yeah.
That one real quick.
Badge has been put away, apparently.
Yes, it has.
By the Flash here. You are playing on that eastern side as well, so they'll double back the hillside. Again, I kind of like what OG went for, you know, just barrel down that hilltop, move out of the sidelines for quite a while until you in front of C block. It's not the craziest position, but you get a position at this stage. It is kind of lit.
Yeah, dude, the fact that you even here with all four players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low.
Yes.
They blew.
Good point.
FL आगे बढ़ रही है, Furia है.
But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a
हमें खाली ये देखना है कि हमसे नीचे वाली टीम्स, हमसे तो सभी नीचे हैं, but top 5 वाली टीम्स कितना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है. क्योंकि एकदम नीचे वाली टीम्स तो 30 पॉइंट का गेम नहीं निकालेगी, that is for sure. OG is inside the circle. मैंने मैप स्ट्रीम नहीं देखी है, पता नहीं.
Oh, he needs that nap, dude. You'll need that nap because you better be bringing the thunder.
Knock हो गया OG का एक.
Into those next few games. And the talk.
Dude.
KRX versus अपना.
Seeing these coach cameras.
Yeah,
दो knock हो गए.
The coach corner cameras is the
हमें एक frag भी मिल गया.
For about 2 seconds. We realized they're very sad, and then we.
Finish speed late चल रही है. Elimination speed late चल रही है.
I think the
kills जल्दी update हो जा रहे हैं.
corner cameras up for a good 50.
Yeah.
We got to lock in with them.
Good 15 seconds. Oh, I would love to see the coach's POV too, like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
बढ़िया जगह है.
That'd be interesting.
Revival भी मिल सकता है. हम top इधर है देखो.
Silence putting some shots downrange, holding this position. This is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south. That airfield is, there's not a lot of coverage in that area.
No, you're pretty much playing against.
We got one frag. हमारे दो knock हुए थे. Revive भी मिल जाएगा. We are surviving. Finally, we are doing it.
Dragging the bumper down the side of the road with them.
The rotations have been immense.
This is not a horrible spot to play in. They just have to be absolutely proactive. They're down towards the south side of the fence. But we're here with Furia, looking to crest into the building alongside with
मारने लगी है.
Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade?
Momentum based team है. सारे मारने चालू कर दे, रुकते नहीं है.
And it makes sense. Oh my goodness me, they were fast to this location. But wow, the utility, the vests, the ammo, that don't look great. We got micro Uzis on board as well.
Yeah, and the good thing about where Furia is like
AGL versus TTG. एक ही नेट से TTG के दो गए.
Makes it so difficult.
भाई साहब, the utilities.
Throwing it out, going back to that little coverage. So, but Team Flash, full sending it here onto Kike, a hard commit. It's up to them to win this fight. Oh, great teamwork there with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of DK. Catching them off guard. I don't think they really expected them to push. And it's kind of your fault there. You have to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in.
No, we have a great circle actually. हम revive देने के खेल सकते हैं.
And now with that,
we are getting it.
Team Flash is pushing up little by little.
इसमें frags important नहीं है. इसमें मेरे को चाहिए survive करें.
Zeus round the corner, still on fire. Oh my goodness me! They toast him up a little bit, but he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through from the DBS. Lovely to see here from the Flash, but yet there's only one stairway to get up on that building. You pincer on both sides. It's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor, and that team was already hurting. So it's a good identification from Flash, a good identification of how that building is best aggressed upon.
हम ये मैच के अंदर एवरेज फ्लैश निकाल ले और अच्छा पोजीशन. एवरेज फ्लैश की बात नहीं है. हम लोग टॉप 5 आ रहे हैं इस गेम के अंदर भी. खाली सर्किल को थोड़ा सा नॉर्मलशिप देना है. That's it.
2 up on top, just keeping an eye out so nobody pushes up on them for free. And that little mistake allows Team Flash to just push up and get it done. Silence throwing a smoke right onto himself here. We know that was on purpose.
Damn, well, that is a nice nade. I think he's trying to get the M79 over towards the player was knocked, but it's kind of just given away where he's playing. Got the pump
top 11 में तो आ गए हैं.
And a nade, this has to be a special one.
Surviving mode.
But the door's closed on him.
KRX बजा देगी. बोल रहा हूँ KRX बजा देगी.
Gonna knock him out. It's just up to Chief. Next zone just go on over to the wide open field. Chief barely.
भाई हमारे लिए अच्छा पोजी है. I'm telling you, हम लोगों के लिए बहुत प्यारा है.
They're just scared. Oh, that's on target. Yeah, that. Goodbye, Chief. Dinner has been served, and that is Furia out of there, roasted to.
मेलो भाई, maybe मेरा first match है BGMI का. आप अगर दिन में पहले दूसरे गेम में आए होते ना तो मैं प्यार हो गया होता. तुम्हें BGMI से प्यार हो गया था, PUBG Mobile से प्यार हो गया होता तुम्हें. Orangutan is #1 in this lobby right now.
Airstrip, there's a little bits of interesting terrain. The airplanes themselves
Orangutan ने फाड़ रखा है इस lobby के अंदर.
But this open area, so easy to dodge away from a lot of the nades. See how Ulf is able to play this one out. Get a quick replay on this one.
TTG एक nade से फटी है.
Z over towards Sitting and Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk just can't catch a break here, man. Oh, they need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage at this point. Top 5 is just way too far away.
हमारे लौंडे बहुत ज़्यादा healings use कर रहे हैं later stages के लिए.
Let's get into this game here. This is what's important. RQ shutting down X4.
अबे ये तो कोई गलती चीज हो गई.
It for you guys.
अच्छा RGC
But look at our leaderboards here. We got so many people in the top 9 still alive. These leaderboards are going to get crazy. Up on top. Scarface so much lay in the land here. Throw in the nades.
बोला ना लॉर्ड फट सकता है. Slam dunk nade भाई.
Gets the lock onto Lord. He's got another though.
I mean, they must have passed all the nades across to Scarface. He's up on high. He's dropping bombs. At the moment, Pmwc Galaxy.
प्यारा nade है ये भी बहुत प्यारा nade है.
Fourth Thrives decide they'd move over in the midst of all the chaos.
I thought ये प्यारा nade हो
सकता है. Very
Falak
low.
is spotted. Falak को वहाँ पे damage भी पड़ा है.
My goodness me, 40 bullets left basically. Aaron will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a
nade
large
is not
game.
reaching. The nade is not reaching.
Through.
You have to make nade
push
reach.
for them that they're making happen here.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed this one so bad. 24 gets the knock on a Scarface, and that is that critical angle taken away. They no longer have high ground. 24 is starting to push those nades through and gets the lock. He's down to half though. Gets knocked in return. The lock though is here, and he came to play. 1v1 situation. Block up close and personal with the shotgun. He's got the range. He switches to the M4 and shuts him down. Block with
Three legendary players on the same location. It's Falak, Aaron, and Coops. And Coops comes out on top.
Coops ने भी अलग मारा है.
Goodness me. They needed him to dunk it into the hoop here, and he's certainly done that.
Top 7
to move away, but now has to deal with RQ,
top
who
6
rocks up to the location. They're on set, they're on deck, and they're
Flash is getting the
second.
That's
the danger zone.
Woo! RRQ just sweeping up the
Wiz
dust
अच्छी
after
जगह
that
पहुंच
one.
गया
That
है.
was
Wiz का
wild.
survival
So many
जरूरी है.
superstars just going at it. And look at our top three. Still in the game with only single players alive.
Wiz के पास circle है. Wiz के पास circle है यार.
The Flash, though, they've got an unreal spot on this one. They just have to deal with KRX in the near future, and KRX, they are
You just cannot do this, PUBG
gods.
gods.
A lovely little
You
watch
just
out to
cannot do
make
this.
sure they aren't rocking up to them too quickly, and then you're right, it is very much open space after then. Likely the circle pulls away from both WizGod and the Flash. No one wants to move out to this open zone. This is a very difficult circle for everyone. I am more surprised that Foopsman has been left unimpeded inside the bunker over towards the eastern side for so long. And it certainly kept him safe.
भाई गोट का आखिरी प्लेयर भी सर्वाइव कर रहा है. कब 3 प्लेयर एलिमिनेट हुए थे, एंड तक बचा हुआ है.
I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out the blue zone.
Dude, this
is
crazy game of PUBG Mobile.
That run
just
out.
Don't try.
That
honestly,
run out
like
is
this,
hellish. I mean,
it's over. If he makes it even into that white line of this circle, then I'm talking about GOAT are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It's a hard push. I mean, there is this tiny range.
गया बोला Foopsman कैसे सर्वाइव कर रहा है.
Yeah.
Flash versus DRX बाकी third party.
The second he even looked.
Check this setup out. Oh, KRX. I wish you got to the door.
International lobby में you just cannot. You just can't do this.
But Hoxie doesn't jump out the window. But the Flash, they've got a nasty surprise waiting for them at the door.
Look at that. And then the nade busts all those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4 drives. Trying to make something happen.
Josefa making it right for Flash right now. KRX की बैंड बजा रहा है Josefa.
KRX not able to make the push.
I think Hazaifa stole a lot of those heliums though, unfortunately. RRQ still going. Hazaifa gets himself up in towards.
We are in top 4.
Strong position in the game here. RRQ, Gemforce will find WizGod. Hazaifa at least secures himself a 3rd place here. But RRQ absolutely will pull themselves out of the bottom spot this game. It's a certainty at this point.
In terms of circle, in terms of position, बहुत प्यारा game था.
Horrendously open ground.
Zypha, man, last player up for 4 thrives.
But अगर यहाँ से Josefa ने निकल दिया ना गेम, निकाल दिया ना अगर गेम, मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, पागल हो जाएगी. Audience पागल हो जाएगी, crowd पागल हो जाएगी.
RRQ and Flash fight each other.
Pakistani public पागल हो जाएगी.
But Flash are going to have to push on out of that position. You can see him holding that kind of satellite tower position. So get a little bit of coverage here.
But
there's just
Flash
nothing.
right now.
Josefa
doing
field.
third party.
Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
Let's see.
You can see this is
OG top 4 अच्छा था. Yep.
Gross, dude. This is straight gross. There's nothing.
It really is. Yeah, I think gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics. Flash playing up on top. It's a good shot from the par. Expect nothing less.
What does Josefa trying to do?
Hazaifa, the pile driver, off in the distance. Looking to smash these 2 teams apart as a solo. Quick tap fire.
He's going to have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and to make it even less, trying to get another elimination, though Genfoss actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the thirst. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4 thrives out of there. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
A nice interview with Flash earlier on. They were looking to find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday.
हम number 1 से drop down हो रहे हैं, that is confirmed.
Of day 2.
But हम top 5 से drop down नहीं होंगे, that is also confirmed.
Towards a position to get a direct qualification through the finals in the top 5. Zeus playing off the back of the loot crate. Has the ghillie suit. Might actually be insanely important here. But they know, they've spotted him. RRQ, a lot on the line for them right now. Win the final player left alive.
उसने give up ही मारा है.
It's all up to RRQ.
तुम frags नहीं देना चाहते हो भाई.
So desperately, especially with only 3 matches after this. They're trying to make that last second run into the top 5. And a chicken dinner here could be the beginning of that. But well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards. Here we go, it's just Win. He's got the last rock, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's RQ getting the chicken dinner.
You got the chicken, baby. You got it. बट ठीक है, परफेक्ट गेम. आई वुड से परफेक्ट गेम फॉर ओजी. तुम सारी की सारी चीजें तुम्हारे फेवर में एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हो. ये 12 गेम्स हो रहे हैं और 12 के 12 गेम्स में तुमको सब कुछ मिल जाए. सो दैट इज इम्पॉसिबल एंड विच हैपेंड. हम अभी भी #1 पर मेंटेन्ड है. आई थॉट कि हम मेंटेन्ड नहीं होंगे. #1 पर हम अभी भी मेंटेन्ड है गाइस. 5 पॉइंट्स मिल गए हैं. 4 पॉइंट्स पोजीशन के, 1 पॉइंट वो फ्रैग का. 4 ट्राइब्स हमसे जस्ट नीचे है. उन्होंने 14 पॉइंट्स का एक बढ़िया गेम निकाला है. RRQ ने 3 पोजीशन क्लाइंब अप कर ली है. अगर उनका ऐसा ही अच्छा रन चलता रहा, 20 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है, कवर कर सकते हैं. हम अभी भी टॉप पे मेंटेन्ड है. बढ़िया बढ़िया. लूला नीचे आ गई है. गेमिंग स्टार्स नीचे ही थी और ये TTG पता नहीं क्या कर रही है चाइनीज टीम. We got the shit correct. We got the shit correct actually. हम लोगों को एवरेज मेंटेन करनी है. 7-8 पॉइंट्स की एवरेज है. 3 पॉइंट्स कम थे एवरेज से 3 गेम के अंदर. समवेयर अराउंड 25 पॉइंट विल बी इनफ फॉर अस. 110 पॉइंट्स 12 गेम में तुमको टॉप 5 से कोई नहीं हटा सकता. कोई टीम दुनिया में नहीं हटा सकती. 12 गेम्स में अगर तुम 110 पॉइंट्स निकाल देती हो.
We get the win, right? Possibly. Yeah. But, and honestly, with that many eliminations, that's a W for sure.
It is a W. And that's what all the teams have their sights on this tournament. The gorgeous Pmwc at EWC trophy right there in front of our eyes. But a small break for us all really coming forward. I think that as we get to map 3, you've got to take a breather here, reassess what we're doing going into the next 3 matches, because they really do count. And again, a lot of teams, they don't technically want to head through over towards that group stage. They would much rather just go straight to the finals. It's so much easier, so much more prize pool there as well. But again, it requires you to make those moves, make those moments happen. But yeah, I do want to see more out of Enigma Galaxy. I think that they're a team that absolutely can secure a spot in top 5.
For sure.
There's been moments where we look across them and like, oh guys, you kind of look a little bit sad after that game, but they're playing well, man. They are playing well. And hope they can continue to do that, because we'll be back very shortly, and we'll see you soon with JJ, John and Alan.
एक्चुअली देखा जाए तो ओजी का सेकंड है और सेकंड में उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा आई वुड से कर लिया है अपने आप को. They just did great with themselves, भाई. ओजी ने अपने आप पे इम्प्रूवमेंट दिखाया है. They improved a lot मतलब a lot.
और उत्तर प्रदेश और RTC. Book your RTC bus tickets और अभी बस. Get up to 500 rupees off and use code UPSRTC. आई एम सेइंग यू ना, बहुत प्यारा खेली है भाई. बहुत ज्यादा प्यारा खेल गई है. सेकंड गेम मतलब सेकंड तुम्हारा इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट है. तुमने खोल के रख दिया है अपोनेंट्स को. Opponents are thinking about कि हम कैसे survive करें तुम्हारे सामने. That was a crazy thing, भाई. For everybody there, that's a crazy thing. Like Marius, guys. Like Marius, यार.
मैं कुछ मेल्स चेक कर लेता हूँ। हाँ थोड़ा सा छोटा सा ब्रेक है, मेल्स वेल्स चेक कर लेते हैं ना। तुम लोग भी खाने पीने के लिए सामान ले आओ भाई। हाँ चलो, मेल्स आर डन फॉर। बंद कर देते हैं फोन को अब। तुम लोगों की चैट का क्या हुआ भाई? क्रेजी खेले। ओजी ट्राइड देयर बेस्ट, एक्चुअली दे ट्राइड देयर बेस्ट। मैं एक मेल चेक कर रहा था, कर लिया मैंने। डन। बाय द वे, बीजीएमएस की वॉच पार्टीज चाहिए तुम लोगों को? फॉर्म फिल करूं मैं? हाँ वेदांत भाई, क्या बोलते हो? बीजीएमएस की वॉच पार्टीज चाहिए? इफ यू गाइस वांट कि मैं बीजीएमएस की वॉच पार्टीज करूं तो मैं फॉर्म फिल करता हूं। कर लो। हाँ तो फॉर्म फिलिंग कर लेते हैं ना। बीजीएमएस तो शायद आई विल बी देयर एट द लैंड। बढ़िया है ना? दिल्ली में हो रहा है तो तेरे लिए बेस्ट है, अगर इफ दिल्ली में हो रहा है तो। आई एम वेरी हंग्री राइट नाउ, पता है मेरे को डिनर करना है जल्दी। खाना आया नहीं मेरे को डिनर करने का। नोएडा आवे भाई, दिल्ली नोएडा बाजू बाजू में ही है। बहुत बाजू बाजू में है। यू आर जस्ट 45 मिनट्स अवे आई वुड से। पैंतालीस 50 मिनट दूर होने को ज्यादा दूर होना नहीं बोलते भाई। अब इतना तो मैं ट्रैवल करके कॉलेज जाता था, पता है। वी आर मेंटेनिंग #1, दैट इज अ गुड थिंग। मेरे को तो ये अच्छी बात लगी, बिकॉज मेंटेनिंग दैट पोजीशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट। हमने पहले गेम में #1 अचीव कर लिया था, तीसरे गेम तक वी आर #1 ओनली। हमको कोई नहीं नीचे उतार पाया, जबकि हमारा एक गेम, ये गेम मैं बोलूंगा खराब ही था, अच्छा नहीं था, एवरेज गेम था, एवरेज से भी बिलो एवरेज गेम था। मतलब हमने बफर बहुत अच्छा बना लिया है। एंड बफर वाज काइंड ऑफ नीडेड भाई। अब दिक्कत नहीं आएगी कि भाई हम टॉप 5 से नीचे नहीं उतर रहे। ये तो 99% कंफर्म हो गया है। एक आधा परसेंट चांस होगा कि हम गिर सकते हैं नीचे। लॉजिकली हो जाएगा। 2 गेम का मैच चल रहा है, मतलब व्हाट आर यू ट्राइंग टू से? अच्छा ओके, ये मैच और अच्छा निकल जाता, नॉनदलेस दे आर प्लेइंग गुड, वेरी गुड। या वेदांत, मैंने तेरी वो चैट पढ़ी, बट आई वाज थिंकिंग एज द सेम। मतलब मैं सोच रहा था कि सारे ही सैटेलाइट पे चले जाते तो पता नहीं क्या होता था। इफ सारे सैटेलाइट पे चले जाते, तुम्हारे पास एक बेनिफिशियल चीज हो सकती थी। इट हैपेंड और नॉट। क्या डिसाइड हुआ उनके बीच में, आरू का क्या कॉल था, वो तो आरू को ही पता है।
A person, just the girl. She knows everything.
आरू को ही मालूम होगा।
Going back to some of the other with four
बट
tribes, right?
क्या
They're still
कॉल था वो तो
battling
देखने
with
लायक है
OG
ना।
for that first
बिकॉज
place.
सारे अगर
If you're
सैटेलाइट
gonna
पे
be the
जाते,
first place,
स्मोक करके
you will be able
खेलते,
to crush those keys.
could have been
They've
better.
having a bit of a tougher time in the last few games today.
Could
because
have been
the
very
finish is always
better.
just a solo or four thrives. You're not seeing like the dominant force, 4-3 players alive, just steamrolling every team in these matches. No,
अगर
it was Huzaifa
सब
early
सैटेलाइट
on
पे
in that
जाते,
heaven finish. It was
अरे
like
तो
you.
जोन आ रहा
I
है
wanna
पीछे
see the
बेनिफिशियल,
just
क्या
dominance
कुछ
of
आ
four
गए
thrives back
तो
in these
जाना
games,
ही
because
था।
right now it's been a bit silent, but day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough for them to remain in that top 5.
हाँ मतलब वो 1-1.5 मिनट का जो डिले है ना, वो भारी पड़ गया इस गेम के अंदर। मतलब तुम सोचो गाइस, हम एक बुरे गेम की स्क्रूटनी कर रहे हैं। मतलब कैसी स्क्रूटनी है कि ये बुरे गेम में हमें 5 पॉइंट्स मिले, हमें और ज्यादा मिल सकते थे। ओरांगुटान ने बार सेट कर दिया है। हम स्क्रूटनी किस प्रकार कर रहे हैं वो सोच लो चैट के अंदर। बैड रिस्पेक्ट टू आरू भाई। वो स्मोक्स करके जाना ही चाहिए था। 2 स्मोक्स लगते, 2 स्मोक्स में हो जाता, और स्मोक्स थे, ऐसा नहीं था स्मोक्स नहीं थे। जब विज गया, विज को तुम भेज पाए, तुम भी जा सकते थे, बट ठीक है।
to be able to eliminate that, and then they just didn't have the ability to maintain that spot, and their squad should be able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was about 8
सोच लो, हम
eliminations
ऐसे
coming
गेम
out
की
of that match,
स्क्रूटनी
something
कर रहे
that
हैं।
they needed, but this is something that they should be doing every match.
They definitely should be doing that every match. Now we're looking at the bottom 3 max. We got Alula, Gaming Stars,
ठीक है, इन
Thundertalk.
फ्यूचर
Gaming, Thundertalk has
वर्क
been pretty
ऑन
much
इट, वही बात है
non-existent,
ना।
so I'm sorry Thundertalk
काम
fans, I'm
करेंगे
just gonna skip
फ्यूचर
it.
में उसके
Gaming
ऊपर।
Stars as well. Alula
Because
at
working
one
on
point showed
it
us
is very
that they
important.
could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now, as they're currently sitting at the bottom 3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just 2 players doing most of the work for their side. So I need to see presence from the other
काम
2
तो
players
करेंगे
to
ये
feel
लोग।
be enough. Because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula, it's not game over.
For sure
They
उस
need
level
to
पे
get
काम
these points
होगा,
on board
ऐसा नहीं
right
है
now.
काम
Their
नहीं होगा।
non-games literally are 0 pointers. You can't afford to do that at PMWC.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do that kind of stuff at PMWC, especially with 3 matches left. You can either make it to the grand finals, you can make it to survival.
मतलब तुम सोचो ना यार, ओजी ने बाहर कितना बढ़िया सेट कर दिया है।
Oh, what is this?
Oh, bro, thank you. What's this?
What's this? What is? Thank you, James.
मतलब वो वाला मेरे को वापस दिन याद आ गए हैं जब मैं
Oh, wait, this is a
अंडरडॉग्स वाली कास्टिंग किया करता था, और मैंने
There's something inside. Let's open it.
PMWL ईस्ट पूरा बोलते हैं ना, एकदम दिल से देखा था। हम लोग डिस्कॉर्ड पे बैठे बैठे हमने एक सेकंड मिस आउट नहीं किया था PMWL का।
Sorry, we're littering
हम
right
लोग
now.
कॉल पे रहते थे, हमारे कॉल्स 6-6 घंटे के होते थे। जब मतलब अगर डिस्कॉर्ड पे आवाजें नहीं आती थी ना, हम लोग नॉर्मल कॉल पे आ जाते थे। 6 घंटे के नॉर्मल कॉल्स का था हमारा जो सर्किल था। हम लोग कॉन्फ्रेंस पे 6-6 घंटा बैठते थे।
Let's open it. I'm gonna have to put this down.
मेरे को वो दिन याद आ गया भाई।
What did I get?
We're clearly not good at opening blind boxes.
If you like ASMR, if you like
मतलब आई हैव नेवर इमेजिन्ड कि वो दिन मेरे को वापस कभी देखने मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा। बिकॉज सिंपल सी बात है, इंटरनेशनल लॉबी का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं हुआ करता था, और उस वजह से हम मार खा के आ जाते थे। हमने लास्ट ईयर मार खाई, हमने उससे पहले वाले साल में मार खाई, हम सिर्फ मार खा खा के आए हैं, हमने मारा है ही नहीं। आज ऐसा लग रहा है ना कि वो मेहनत सफल हुई है एक एक करके। जो मेहनत की है ना प्लेयर्स ने, कोचेस ने, टीम्स ने, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स रखी, इनको नेपाल भेजा। आई वुड से गॉडल को भी नेपाल भेजा, काफी अच्छा काम उन्होंने किया होगा। जस्ट लेट्स गेट बैक टू द गेम।
Yeah, that's the thing about blind boxes, John. You never really know what you're going to get.
Let's get it back to the game, guys.
Predefined list of items, but obviously in PUBG Mobile, kind of similar. You always know what you're aiming for, but you never know if you'll get it. Some teams definitely getting more than others.
Yeah, right now, hot contest on the bottom bubble, and it's going to be a real fight for them to try and join some of the
angle लग रहा है।
survival stage, not to mention the top 5 going straight to those grand finals. We're going to be heading over into Erangel for the last time of Group A. as the plane path sends on over. Looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down toward Novo way. Towards
Chalo,
military
get
base.
back into the game.
Circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going to be cooking with into our last.
और आज के लिए I need a shots editor भाई. मेरे को बहुत जोर से shots editor की ज़रूरत है.
Situation. It's not just the last few games they're playing today. It could be the last few games they played this entire tournament. And obviously, throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back grinding for some opportunities to really arrive in Paris, France, here at EWC 26. John, if it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going to happen necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
Because 3 of these teams are going to be going home, as the desk was talking about before. It's, you know, Alula on that bubble right now.
Chalo, back to the game.
They need to jump
We
up
taking
a little bit
drop.
further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams.
Hoops 18 पे, Hoopsy 19 पे, पल्लक 19 पे.
Half of the day. Over military base, looks like we've got 3 teams.
आरु 19 तक पहुंच सकता है इस गेम में.
Will be heading on through, trying to make their way.
पहुंच जाए तो क्या ही बात होगी.
Very heavy west plane path.
पर पहुंच तो सकता
It is a bit. Ooh, shift on that as well.
Again, same zone.
Circles so far. John, I don't know if you'd agree, mate. Past day, especially today again, it's been a bit aggro. This is one that I imagine for GOAT team, you're probably going to look up and go, you know what, it's not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream.
Yeah, grab some of those hovercrafts, pull a KRX, send in 2, and get in late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flasher on the hunt. They've spotted 2 players.
FL versus R जैसी है. FL पीछे ही पड़ती है क्या लोगों के?
Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload, leaning out the windows, 3 players in the car, trying to chase them. But it looks like X-Force rejects are wily to it.
मरने वाली है.
Win looking for the lineup, full gangster level play.
बोला ना X-Force मरने वाली है.
Back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first Elim hard hammered in. So not ideal for reject, John.
Flash पीछे पड़ी हुई है. They are just chasing the teams. They are not scared of getting eliminated at this point.
Want to be keeping all your players alive right until the very end, Jackie. That is a top tip for PUBG Mobile.
They are actually not scared of getting eliminated.
Well, in that 13th place position, it is rough stuff, especially given that they're one of the few teams who's already dropped up towards this north side, right? With 4 players, they have such a better opportunity with Severny to grab everything that they want. And if you guys want to grab everything that you want, make sure that you're joining the Uzumaki Naruto event to make sure you can get the chance to draw those beautiful skins that have been added to the game over the course of it. Let's see if you can take the top spots here. Well, you have to wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe another year, maybe another time. But obviously for the squads that are battling it out right now, I do like the point that you established, the idea that for a team that was thankfully gifted a position that was far closer towards zone, you've got a quicker rotate to actually get yourself set up, find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off and you're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even one at a pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And rejects, I mean, not, you know, being rude, John, they need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they're only 2 points ahead. They definitely need to have everything playing to their tune if they can get it. Team Flash very happy to be able to add another point to their tally, try and solidify themselves in towards the top 5. Because of how the plane path was sat, it did exacerbate those vehicle drops. You see that sort of conflict. And then trying to break out to the east, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one down. I just hope they didn't waste too much time. It was pretty quick, though, so I don't imagine that they have. They also have all of Yasnaya to be looting through. We are seeing the classic Nick McGalaxy send 2 out and see how far you can go. I'm expecting to see them in Kameshki in about a minute.
Yeah, this has been, well, you know, relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. We've seen that over the course of the flow of games today as well. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby.
Entertainment, bhai. Peak entertainment.
As well. Another squad that's there, though, John,
पहले 5-10 मिनट थोड़ा गेम स्लो चलेगा. लेवल 2 हेलमेट छोड़ दिया पीछे ऑक्सी.
Really picked things up today, obviously taking that top spot right now, just about pipping 4th Thrives to the post for the time being, but there is still time to change that. Of course, again, very closely for position, but for both of these two teams, it's about that top 5. It's brilliant that you have that sort of step up for Orangutan.
KRX भी पहुंच सकती है. आई वुड से RRQ भी पहुंच सकती है. 20 पॉइंट 24 पॉइंट का भी डिफरेंस है.
They've been able to ascend to such heights, but yeah, for Orangutan, they're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out in a lot of situations.
2 points हम लोग #1 है right now.
4-4 Thrives as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, they're just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Nick McGalaxy to try and sweep through. Obviously, no, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Nick McGalaxy. Yeah. But yeah, it was really quite nutty what they were able to pull off there. Unfortunate that Coops did roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say a little bit too much risk for my liking, but that's why I'm not in his shoes.
That's fair enough, man. I think, you know, at certain times you've got to dial it on.
भाई players का POV players का ये hide हो रहा है actually, but ठीक है.
Need to sort of realistically understand it's time to play a bit slower, be a bit more defensive. He can hit that switch, but he's so damn slick with it in firefights that honestly, I'm pretty excited.
बहुत प्यारा खेली है भाई, लेकिन मैं अगर बात करूँगा वो जी, मैं legit मुरीद हो गया हूँ इन लोगों का.
And that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water though. You got
मैं इन लोगों का मुरीद हो चुका हूँ भाई, कड़क खेले लोग.
And 2 with a 4-man split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Yeah, still in Pachinki though, and if I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until Zone 2, and then see where they can go. Okay, no, they are on the road now, so they have finally looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with DK, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Rosok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there, and instead they post up in some of the buildings. At the moment, with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way north nice and quickly.
OG versus Geeke
if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be blocking each other. It's going to be a lot harder to move. It's very, very difficult to try and make that rotation. But sometimes that's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you are going to end up going. But yeah, I'm looking at the teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it in towards stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. As much as the ideal situation doesn't always present itself, sometimes you've got to just roll with the punches. We did see a little bit of a read there from Geeke as well. It's Ragnarok that's looked like he's actually kind of the spear of this team in situations where they want to instigate. He's always keen for a fight. Took some warning shots over towards OG. Won't really invest much into it, but info goes both ways. They don't need to all-out brawl right now. They'll avoid that encounter. This is going to get spicy soon, though, John. A lot of space that's going to be taken away. Tons of squads getting neck and neck towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle.
मेरे को actually dinner जल्दी ही करना रहता है.
Have better access to this one, but I'm looking at RRQ and what their moves are here. It's a difficult spot for them. Do they try and force their way across the bridge? There's potential for them to get a good start, but as time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forwards a scout. And actually, the compound to the south of that bridge looks fairly uncontested. They might just saddle themselves with a brilliant compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. And potential to backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
Ooh, 10 points for that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey-ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the ramp.
You know what? A chicken dinner's worth any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish, though, and you're right, yeah. Style points definitely super important here.
It's pretty on brand for 4 Thrives as well, isn't it? Style, from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridgeline. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have it blow up in your face. But Flash,
don't know what sort of dominoes you're playing.
They're really big ones, but they're full of those, you know, the things you used to buy from the penny shop, you throw them down, they blow up.
FL versus GST, yaar.
Bangers, John. Bangers. Absolute bangers. Let's see if we've got a banger of fight on our hands here between Team Flash and Gaming Stars. Win pulling the pin. It looks like the opener has gone well, but Bozy has already fallen as well. So it is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario. Well, more uncomfortable than it already is, to try and find themselves locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX is going to continue to just slyly creep around the wings of this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in. Ooh, trying to swing the broadsword there on contact. Top's good for one quick flash back. Rolex with the heavy artillery doing damage as well. So trading blows.
FL अच्छी fights निकाल रही है. FL 1v1 बहुत बढ़िया निकाल रही है.
That way indeed as Gaming Stars go down.
WhatsApp देखो, देखता हूँ.
Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building. Not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming.
मैं वही तो बोला.
Taking those shots at you.
थोड़ा पीछे जाओ. मैंने स्ट्रीम पे क्या बोला है वो देखो.
Looks like they may not find too much more luck out in the open as they rotate.
मैंने स्ट्रीम पे कुछ बोला है वो देखो.
This is very, very central.
Same statement I have given.
It is completely isolated. Safji has nades for days. He's got one more and he puts them to bed.
Man, that's clean. Straight on target, lines it up, knocks them down. 10 points for that one. As he'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. Right now it's PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. Two elims chimed in. They did lose easy for Bad Boy, so it's a three-man squad from this point forward.
See what they can get done with that. I was keeping track of the Enigma Galaxy rotate that we saw, the wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south edge. And now Enigma Galaxy sit on the south side of this one. Should potentially have a pretty good position into the circle, but Four Thrives moving in from the east side could make that difficult. This is an interesting rotate coming through from AGAL, right? They are actually going over the north side of the Yaz Lake, followed by Alula, but they're going to have to try and cross the bridge. It looks like that Roshok bridge is going to be available for them. Are they going even further west? Okay, fair enough. If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Roshok bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scouting party mission to read things. Alula going to double back as well towards Yaz as they don't overcommit on the chase. I'm looking at this very slow rotate we've had from GOAT as well. This is more classic GOAT, John. They love just wasting the time, dialing it down. And a potential fight versus Four Thrives is something where Killer Joe loves to stick his face into the mix. But look who gets the first knock. Falak out swinging.
And the flush as well comes on through. Falak on the broadside though, it is Team Flash.
Finish that,
open. And it will go down. Not quite getting the flush, but he's very, very low. Immediately IQ swings on wide. The spray down needs to come through, but the rest of Flash not quite in position. It was a cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get Falak back to his feet. Zeus moves into an off angle though, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with GOAT in the wings. Two, there is danger on every front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. Four Thrives look to maintain position on the east side.
Yeah, I want to see if they can really dig their heels in and hold on to this. Top's attempted to get a large dash on the nade, but not enough distance to hit that one. And on the double back, he's spotted out. Easy connections from Huxley Tree. That's going to be him left, banged out in the field, John, as KRX clean up on that free elim.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well. Two players down now for Flash. KRX looking to hunt down a third as Zeus heads out into the blue with his comrade on the east side, really getting hounded out of town now. 3 circles in. We're about to see that next stage coming through, and as soon as you start getting knocked in the blue zone, it's not going to work out well for you. This central area, Ulf's compound, super important. With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east, okay, it's going to guard a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking, they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have Four Thrives. Geek as well, holding down that area, could potentially be on to a winner. But Thunder Talk, slap bang in the middle, might just have what they needed, because X-Force rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Pot shots being taken towards RRQ as well, with Alula finally making their push down. We had that split from either side of the squads with AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RRQ attempting to get the shots on target. Furia third party as Chief starts to strike. And they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula following the damage they've taken from that investment, John.
Trying to recoup some losses. See if they can consolidate, re-engage a little bit stronger. That north side does need to conclude fast though, because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge, that slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
R3B, what can he do here? Closing the gap with the shotty, quick switch to the primary as well. Tracing not quite on point to get the back tag off as Furia do dip out. You can see the damage is already done. It's only a solo that barely might survive. Survive being the operative term, and not this time. Alula wave bye-bye to Furia as they are down and out.
And they say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations they found, they are making that break for the survival stages here and now. In match 10, takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the 2 teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down Geeky and potentially RRQ off this match.
Exactly, see how far you can force this one. Do not leave fate in the hands of the other squads that are nearby you, vying for survival within today's games here at Pmwc. Give it your absolute all. And write history for yourself. We've got the POV of Force right now. There was that 2 split players at the further backside from Foops and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. Been a whole lot quieter from 4-5, sitting pretty for some time. Alula, meanwhile, has been forced to fight. And it seems like, again, they are willing to do so. Brief opportunity to loot. Yasser further back, vehicle taking some shots.
Do need to get a healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The play zone takes him down. Some tags come through. And he will fall. Unfortunate there to lose one. But yeah, for Alula, this may be as far as they can go. I was hopeful that they could find something maybe against Ulf, pushing in nice and quickly from that north side. But yeah, the doors are starting to close. The windows too, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. Falak now in contest again, peeking over the ridgeline as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh, they're so low, though, from the sustained damage they're taking from outside of the blue and the pot shots, even with R3B getting that tag into the back of KRX. They don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just one man left, effectively. R3B, try as he might to get anything more here. At least make it a dire game for KRX. That was the closing play.
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie and Binny. Hang on a minute. Is he just... He's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position. Ulf on the north side is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split that Ulf are holding right now, it feels a little bit greedy, but with Eren on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side. With Kalsi on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kalsi will be the first to move if it comes to it, but Eren also needs to jet on in. Once they consolidate in their position, they're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
KK getting backstabbed as well from Aurora. Good shots there to be able to split the squad into only 2 effective players remaining alive. AGAL hunkered themselves down towards the ditch after taking a few shots on target from Nigma. Ooh, backstab though. Shoal gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Goat Team out in the southwest of this to potentially play spoilers to Enigma Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team are further out to the northwest, and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make, and Aurora and Goat are going to fight for the opportunity to take down the rest of Enigma Galaxy.
The nade protocol's been good so far. Let's see if they can do it again. Aurora lining that one up. Good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Foops gets knocked. And Force living on a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it.
Only really Moxie that remains alive, but the nades don't stop, John.
अपने दो बंदे गए.
Does need to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the bombardment continues.
बुरा हो गया
Aurora stay alive with all four of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side because Reefus is
Team
engaged
guy.
now with Geeke over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now, though, as Reefus does have the challenge. Steps forward, SAFG wins it, and Doc just wasn't there. The rest of Aurora, they weren't there either, and Reefus will be the price that they pay. But is there an answer? Is there retribution? Joel looks to try and find one. But Geeke managed to get back behind the headland. An aid on in. Let's see if it's good. It's splits the difference. Takes down one more. And SAFG now fighting for his life.
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, back quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. No opportunity to catch
Top 5 में सिर्फ Aurora बची है.
Silenced on this one from Aurora. But other sharks are in the water, John, and they smell that blood.
Airing out in the open, not gonna matter though, because they've got backup. Doc takes a tumble. The knock is sent over their way.
अगर AGL चिकन निकाल जाती है.
Maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thundertalk Gaming have just been so quiet over the course of this whole match, Jackie. They've been in this position for a long, long time. They can stay there for a little bit longer, but I imagine you're going to have Aurora and Ulf on your doorstep pretty soon.
पिछला गेम decent नहीं था, below average था. ये गेम का पता नहीं क्या हुआ, दिखाई नहीं.
Front door. It's going to get messy pretty quickly. Top with the eyes locked on as well for the exit side towards off.
ये गेम में I don't think so हुआ क्या है वो पता नहीं
चला.
चला.
Their legs sitting pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Halula making it uncomfortable did result in the downfall of Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
All good.
Not the best of health, but you'll take it if it's the only thing on offer. KRX in probably the most difficult position here. Depending on their timing, though, because Fourth Thrives and Ulf are both going to have to move. The question is, where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the
7 teams, 26 players.
Like that, KRX might have a better time of it. But it looks like Ulf are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move
AGL
just
के
yet.
पास dip अच्छी है.
Just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down
KRX
the
भी
ditch,
बढ़िया
but
मार
let's
रही
see
है.
if they
KRX
can
भी आ
withstand the
सकता है.
blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one. Kaus buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from
Falak frag
as
story
well
करने
from
लग
range
जा अब.
onto QXX, so he's able to steal away some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John, and Four Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
फलक एक्चुअली फ्रैग स्टोरी करने लग गया है. मार रहा है फलक बढ़िया तरीके से.
Following this one down to the bitter end, as only remnants of these two teams on the north side will still be in action, and Cypher is all too happy to take those points. Push OG off the top spot as well, and they are back in first place. On board with them, they got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora. Nice nades on target. Satan takes the brunt of the damage. All still attempting to fight.
Aurora आ गई है.
But they're silenced as they cut their way through.
Nigma Galaxy versus Aurora की fight. Nigma फंस चुकी है. क्योंकि ज़ियोल अच्छा खेल रहा है right now. ज़ियोल और डॉक ये 2 players नहीं तो फ्रैग्स निकाल लें. They are alive.
Tuck into the limited cover.
जैसे बोला डॉक
AGL from the sideline though.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not? Aurora down to 1. Just Yol remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground.
99%
Will keep him in if he moves forwards to some of these trees, but going to stim up first. Allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, yeah, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now.
Then they can also come
will
out of
take
the
that
bottom
point.
3.
Coops, the solo from Nick Galaxy, who ruined the day 4 Thrives last time around. Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle.
We are
a
all
little bit
gonna
harder. Zypher, though, wants to try and get all over this circle. It's not going to go well, though. They do take a tumble. Phalanx down too.
Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains of the operation as he sprints through the smokes, looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight, shut down 4 Thrives, and can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity opportunity to attack onto them, they might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Joel. So we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank. They disengaged from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma getting a fight.
Sprayed out, but 2 players unload right next to the compound. A third on the flip side as well. Maple looking to burn Lord out of position.
मौली ने बहुत बढ़िया काम किया और मैपल ने उसका फायदा उठाया.
And now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? Because Lord is down, and now Coops is the next to follow.
Really cleanly played there for a Maple.
AGAL, I told you guys. It will be TTG versus AGAL. ये भी बता देता हूँ.
Commotion, but he's found Jimmy, dispatches him, and we get into that final 4-on-4 head-to-head. AGAL looking slightly more
Zing, Ages, Jimmy, and sitting.
Knock onto the roster, leaving them with an effective 3 to fight back versus TTG. Jimmy already got a bit of his
Jimmy
power off the back of the knock onto Joel. What more can he do here? Ned's chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
Benade's not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy, but look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle, and not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles. They would spot the runouts coming through. With Jimmy's angle there on the high ground, they might just be able to do something here.
Jimmy
XQF eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
Scary as well, man, looking at the setup on the angle. I felt like that was your one opportunity, at least, where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now, as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building. They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on when you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL. But I'm going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thunder Talk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thunder Talk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark. XCZ still looking on the top side for the peek up. Sitting on the door. That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable. TTG and the double nade on target. Flower and Maple blowing away too.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got? It's all up to Singh for Thunder Talk, but he does find an answer for 1. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thunder Talk cower on the northwest side. They just are too.
I told you guys. मेरा सैंडविच खत्म करता हूँ फटफट प्लेट्स रख के आता हूँ 7 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस एक 0 पॉइंटर आ गया हमारे लिए वी जस्ट नेवर एक्सपेक्टेड अ 0 पॉइंटर यार। ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस के बाद तो नहीं। हमारे पास अब 2 गेम्स बचे हुए हैं, 2 गेम्स के अंदर अगर हम 20 पॉइंट्स निकाल लेते हैं, 105 पॉइंट्स, वी आर डन फॉर। एजीएल 7th पे आ गई है, 3 पोजीशंस क्लाइंब अप करके। बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स म्यूट कब हुआ मेरे को पता ही नहीं। वाह, इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स कैप्टन न्यूज आफ्टर ओरंगुटान क्वालिफाई। कितनी 1 घंटे भाई, 1 घंटे पहले पोस्ट कर दिया है। एवरीवन ट्रोल्स विराट को, भाई ये छोड़ो, जाने दो, नो कमेंट्स। एंकर्स डिसअपॉइंटेड। कल का होगा, हाँ मैं बोला कल का होगा। प्रोहिबिशन ऑन एनालॉग भाई ये बंदा अलग लेवल काम कर रहा है आई जस्ट वांट टू से यू वन थिंग ये रेज बेट इंडिया बैन नहीं हो रहा है Change finishes group stage of VCT Pacific stage to undefeated. Wow, ये भी हो गया? VLR खोल के चेक करें क्या हुआ है? बहुत दिन हो गए हैं यार, रात होगा देखा ही नहीं है वो। देखना है। VLR खोल के रुको चेक करने दो कि वहां क्या हुआ है। हम नंबर 3 हो चुके हैं, हमें हराना किसको है लास्ट गेम? कल ही है ना? की वॉच पार्टी नहीं हो पाएगी लेकिन जेटा के साथ है। जेटा को अगर हमने हरा दिया विल बी 3-2 इनका आरआर क्यों से ठीक है वी कैन फिनिश टॉप 2 नो वरीज उम्मीद करते हैं आरआर क्यों जीतेगी भाई आपके हेडफोन्स गिफ्ट कर दो क्यों भाई why to gift my headphones
كانت سرعتكم كويسة لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم إقصائكم
ايش بتطلب هنا headphones كي قلت
ايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها في الجيم الماضي اللي تم إقصائكم من وراها؟
اخذنا قرار نشيل ار كيو بعدين دخل علينا تيم فيوريا وقتلناهم بس اول ما خلص الفايت انه ما عاد نجمع عنفو ندخل على الزون رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا رحنا بوجهنا لقينا تيم رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was always another squad waiting for us. So, yeah, the fighting did benefit us, but it was a little bit late towards the end. So, yeah, it became just too difficult for us to actually find a place that was open and wasn't occupied.
Yeah, I mean, going into these final 2 games now, it's kind of crunch time, isn't it? You're in that bubble.
अच्छा लग रहा है जिम के लिए चाहिए
भाई. You're currently out of it. Are you going to be able to stay out of that bottom 3 spot? And how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling positive for these next 2 games?
هلا بقى عندكم اخر مباراتين اخر فرصتين عشان تقدروا تتاهلوا وتكونوا موجودين ضمن حاجز التاهل للسرفايفل ستيج فاحكي لنا على كيف احساس الفريق كيف شعورهم وهل جاهزين وهل عندهم الامكانيه انهم
आज शाम को आने वाले हो ना रात को
المرحله الجايه من البطوله
2 गेम्स अगर जल्दी खत्म हुए तो मैं भी आ जाऊंगा
شعورنا دائما انه
शाम को क्या मैं भी गेम्स जल्दी खत्म होने पे गेम्स कितने बजे खत्म होते हैं उसके ऊपर है 7:30 बज गए हैं
بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها وها هي يعني متأهلين الثقة موجودة الحماس موجود كل شيء موجود.
I want to say as long as we are in the right mentality and we have the right state we're in the right state of mind we can accomplish what we want to and hopefully within these last 2 games like I said before we'll get into the flow of it and we believe that we have the ability to qualify and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that, a bit of positivity. Thank you so much Quick for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Gadia City Grid before we throw it over to the studio.
वीडियो बनाना 9 बजे तक फ्री हो जाऊंगा.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Barney. I am with Aaron, one of the superstars, the young superstar from Ulf here, to talk about some of the games that have gone on so far here for them. And my question to you guys is, obviously, it's been a bit of an up and down results so far from you guys. What do you think about the overall games from today as well as your performance?
एक चीज मैंने नोटिस किया जिनकी पर्सनल जर्सीज नहीं है उनको AWC 26 का टी-शर्ट दिया.
Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebilir misin?
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence. Çok hatamız var. Onlardan ders çıkarıp sonraki maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well. But we know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top 4s from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for number 1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next 2 games or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz
Okay,
her
हाँ
zaman
ये point तो
birinci
लिया
sıraya
बस
zorlayan
गेम
bir
चालू होने का
takım.
वेट कर रहे हैं यार 7:26 हो गया
Top 4'da da çok
है
oynadınız
एक्सपेक्टिंग
ama
कि
hiçbir
गेम
win gelmedi.
7:30 से पहले
Bu
स्टार्ट
son
हो
oyunlarda
बट Miramar है
stratejinizde
लंबा
herhangi
भी
bir değişiklik
चलेगा
olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
We will only keep playing our own game and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
Live interviews done. Game will be there in 2 or 3 minutes maximum. मूवी बहुत मस्त है बाकी मेरे को पता नहीं मैं देख के आया
Promise you all some more updates while we've got them because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, their biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds.
Sure.
Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement
That's
for him.
huge.
But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favourites to take this competition now. He beat the favourite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far here.
That could be massive.
Exactly. And like obviously in the position they're in on the club championship leaderboard as well, a couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you. They've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in the similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes to our club championship standings. Obviously, like you mentioned, we've got AGAL in 3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage. But I'm joined by none other than Mr. Black. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us. And none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5, Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something for how many games has it been? 8 games so far? Something like that? Yeah, 10 games, even worse. No, they're doing a very, very good job. I am enjoying what they're doing. But to go in a little bit more in depth, right, I really liked how they did that South wraparound, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar, it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to that top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually ended up seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points, but not eliminations. Thunder Talk Gaming. Absolutely blessed, but honestly, does nothing with it.
Yeah, bro,
कितना मिनट बचा है?
The weaker Chinese team.
वो टाइम पे लगा था 3-4 मिनट में गेम चालू हो जाएगा.
What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping insanely. They were there for the longest time.
Okay, however you call it that though, because you came out, you said X-Force in heaven, we're not camping.
I didn't say they were not camping. I say it wasn't just lucky, though. They were holding off people. What do you mean? They were holding off Furia.
The moment when OG qualified for Grand, भाई कैसे बोल सकते हो कि qualified?
I agree with that. I mean, to be fair to Thunder Talk though, they need some points. Okay, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes.
You gotta do.
Okay, you can't hate too much.
No.
I'll tell you what I do hate though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto Volcano versus Aurora. That was a throw. That was probably the biggest throw I've seen in quite some time, actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing.
That's true.
Like, we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs, and we would have won the game. All right? Aurora has to come off the ridge side into playing view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits. I think sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
Yep. Okay, and that one, it didn't work whatsoever if you are Enigma Galaxy.
OG का एक
points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance out of this squad that's trying to make it to survival at least.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. I was watching them versus RRQ, I think, over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves into, moving into the garage area over there, because it wasn't a direct push. There was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's intimidating for the other teams. That's what you want to see from teams more often. And yeah, Alula did a really great job of that.
Well, I think this lobby is quite well balanced so far. Seven.
Very.
It's very well balanced.
Very.
The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less intentional overall. That's what kind of worries me in a big way at the moment, is that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future, because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now, they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams,
they call him this good.
Like we're looking at RRQ. They feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment, because he has some.
Bro set his own team up twice.
It comes off the back of
Demon Time.
Do we really want to be here? Now Lepar's gonna have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I do think
a decent start to the journey. We keep building, we keep pushing. ये तो कल के हैं भाई, ये प्यारा था, ये कुछ भी बोलो प्यारा था.
All the groups, all the teams rather, it's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today.
Operation वाला. Wait, operation वाला देखते हैं.
Let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not. There's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random. And I think a few teams have been doing that. But
for OG, they're not gonna be that upset. All right, they ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something.
पीछे वाला म्यूट करने दो मेरे को.
And going back to
या फिर एक्सपोर्ट रिजेक्ट की तरफ बढ़ रहे ओजी क्या डिफेंड करके जा पाएंगे? लग तो रहा है कि यहाँ पे डिफेंड करने वाले, क्योंकि फोर्थ ड्राइव सीधा अटैक कर चुके हैं ओजी की तरफ. इनिशियल नॉक की जरूरत थी, विस्कॉट वहां पे दिला के जाएंगे, दूसरा नॉक भी निकाला जाएगा. फ्लश के ऊपर आतंकी उनका भी साथ मिलता हुआ, और देखते ही देखते फोर्थ ड्राइव पूरे तरीके से बैकफुट में, और एक्सपोर्ट रिजेक्ट उनका भी वहां पे साथ मिला थर्ड पार्टी के रूप में. एट द एंड
थर्ड पार्टी के रूप में साथ नहीं मिला था, किल चोरी हुए थे.
तरफ बढ़ रहे ओजी क्या डिफेंड करके जा पाएंगे? लग तो रहा है कि यहाँ पे डिफेंड करने वाले, क्योंकि फोर्थ
भाई सोशल मीडिया गेम तो खतरनाक है. डब्ल्यू रोटेशन इन थर्ड गेम, गोट आरू गोट ओजी सल्यूट. और I don't. ठीक है, I wrote that. I read that actually. नोटी में क्या हाल है? डेमन वन, हाँ यहाँ ये देखना था. EG एनर्जी लेवाइथन Cloud9 का स्टैंडर्ड और फिर एनवी ज्वाइन कर लिया. FNS ranks the current VCT teams right now. क्या है? Leviathan, NRG, 100 Thieves, G2, MIBR और Sentinels. Okay. Demon 1 one season wonder होके रह गया. नहीं, he played good, but कुछ सीन देख क्या होता है ना, मैं तुम लोगों को एक चीज बताता हूँ. जब प्लेयर के अंदर की भूख मर जाती है ना, तो फिर कुछ नहीं बचता. और Demon 1 के साथ वैसा ही हुआ. उसके अंदर की भूख काइंड ऑफ मर गई. जब वो चैंपियन बन गया अमेरिका का, उसके बाद उसने चैंप्स जीत लिए. वो बोला मेरे लाइफ का पूरा मकसद पूरा हो चुका है वैलोरेंट में. इट्स डन फॉर. तो भाई खत्म हो गया वो चीज उसके लिए. एंड दैट लेड टू द थिंग जहां पे Demon 1 का डाउनफॉल शुरू हो गया. वहीं अगर तुम आसपास की बात करोगे, आसपास गांड तोड़ मेहनत करता है एकदम.
Or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you gotta clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? Yeah. They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they land in that El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Los Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're going to need to because you know Enigma Galaxy is going to come from.
I think they did such a good job west side of Impala to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate south on that. So that was very, very impressive. On the other side of the bubble though, I want to talk about Geekay just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see Geekay do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. Yeah. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. It's time to head over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie. Me and Jukes know what's up. It's all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I describe as a GOAT sat right next to me. And it's not because how he looks. It's because he's the best at casting. Get in there, John.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I was looking on the other side of you. I was like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar, lickety split, and it is hubble bubble, toil and trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. Down towards the bottom of the tables is looking mighty dejected so far, and it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World.
Chalo!
And that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you got to smile.
What is your thought about Team Canada in Valo DNC? मैंने देखी नहीं है ढंग से, पर देख के बताता हूँ. ये एक चीज पता है that 10th खेल रहा है. बाकी मैंने देखी नहीं है. पता नहीं मेरे को.
Have a knock to play around, you know. That's kind of
remind me.
Well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be in yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Plane path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobraria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and
तो मिनास से लेके लाखों ब्रेरिया तक जा रहे हैं। तोरे एमुदा, कैंपो मिलिटार, रुइंस, ट्रेलर पार्क, एल पोजो एक्सेसिबल है। कैंपो मिलिटार एक्सेसिबल नहीं है, बाकी सब का एक्सेसिबल है। पूरा ईस्टर्न साइड काइंड ऑफ एक्सेसिबल नहीं है। पुआर्तो परासियो, इम्पाला, ट्रक स्टॉप तक नहीं जा सकते। मिनास जनरल्स तक भी नहीं जा सकते। ओके गो टू एल क्रेटर फील्ड्स, go to crater fields.
Or first to lose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Something like that. We'll run the numbers. That's not our role. That's Max.
No, it's not. It's not Max. Oh dear. They're on the road again with a big bang. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team heading on up on the South Coast Road. Going to potentially move in over towards Puerto Periso and Impala, that sort of area of the map. But the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you
Let's
look
see.
mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, you
How it goes.
Slick, come out there styling on fools with your plays with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you check
71, 71, 77, 78. 7 points के difference में top 3 और top 6 का
And of
difference
course,
है।
we'll be using our
और 9
eyeballs
points
to
में
see
से
the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots, obviously, being drastically important. Skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match. But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me. Because it's right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you? Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving some air.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thundertalk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you weren't normally do cut, mate, you know. No one saw the full takes of those as well.
ओजी को 6-7 पॉइंट चाहिए पर मैच। I would say 6-7 पॉइंट तो बहुत हो गया। 5-5 पॉइंट भी निकाल दिया। 102 तक 95 तक पहुंच गया। 95 is a decent score. Decentish.
Stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used to.
95 में तुम बॉटम 5 से नीचे नहीं जाओगे। as such अगर तुमने टॉप कर लिया तो तुम प्राइस पूल के चंक के लिए खेल सकते हो।
X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a
So if you want to play for price pool chunk, तुम्हें #1 ही आना है।
Instantly.
और at the end सब price pool के लिए खेलेंगे।
In the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out of that danger zone.
Quick का ये
Double up top side with the
बंद कर दिया।
14 as well.
फटाना मजा आ
We
जाएगा।
were singing their praises
जगह पे पड़ी
previously.
ना।
They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well.
बढ़िया।
R3B, that awkward encounter versus KR.
Devil पे heal भी नहीं है। वो चढ़ गया खाली वो hill पे।
So mechanically, individually, John.
हिल पे चढ़ गया खाली।
Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes.
Loot is actually Miramar में लोग बोलते हैं height advantage ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। मैं बोलता हूँ height advantage का क्या कर लोगे जब तुम्हारे पास utilities ही नहीं होगी। क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं से 1-2 गोलियां तो तुम्हें पड़नी ही पड़नी है। ऐसा तो है नहीं तुम immune हो गोलियों से।
up towards La Cabrera. They do need access to the hills to their south.
अगर गोलियां पड़नी है, कंफर्म है, कंफर्मिटी है, तो लूट तो चाहिए ना, कम से कम यूटिलिटीज तो चाहिए.
If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground under lock and key.
कल से गॉडलाइक खेलने वाली है बॉयज.
There's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds. Everyone sat around them. Enigma Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills, but we've got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an overinvestment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away, so Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. For Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue.
92.85.
Coming in from that eastern side for Goat team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful on a Miramar. Wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on, so the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment over past Cruz de Valle. But there is Gike in the way in El Azahar, so potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for them. The next zone will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see
हम कहाँ हैं? हम ईस्टर्न साइड पे हैं.
Once it's revealed.
See what we're cooking with, and this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up.
Zone बढ़िया है.
Relatively central. Filling slightly down, so most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You can see Gike advancing a bit quicker now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside with Goat in relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL.
कुछ भी बोलो, हमेशा टॉप को तुम टॉप पे देखोगे इन डैमेज डीलर्स, बिकॉज़ मारते ही रहता है उसको, जिधर बंदे मिलेंगे वो तोड़ते रहेगा. साला 5000 का डैमेज होने आया है.
For AJL here, maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo, they could send up. Maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing.
एवरेज 11वें गेम में 5000, मतलब तुम हर गेम के अंदर 500 के आसपास का डैमेज दे रहे हो. 460 450 के आसपास का. 4,500 होगा समझो.
Slowly trundling over the hillsides, and Goat have spotted them now. Moxie hops out, looks for the shots.
मतलब तुमको फ्रैग्स मिले ना मिले, तुम मार तो रही हो.
To confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous Goat team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past.
क्या लगता है guys, ये मैच में ओजी किधर तक पहुंच सकती है बताओ?
Really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok.
आज 3 टीमों की जो कीज है वो टूटने वाली है.
From the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the Goat style. It'll give Gike a window of opportunity to get into the zone.
हुज़ैफा नॉक हुआ है मिनी से नॉक हुआ है, इसका मतलब बहुत दूर है.
Yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one, and not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about, with Alula atop it, but actually Enigma Galaxy kind of in the way of it as well.
Yeah.
You can see there is this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground. For Alula, this is a
OG 2-2 स्प्लिट किया है. मैप स्ट्रीम देख के आ रहे हो क्या? रुको हम भी देख के आते हैं. इस मोमेंट पे एक बार तो देख ही सकता हूँ.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not.
इधर है और इधर है.
To try and get that follow-up
बीच में
from,
कौन सी
so
टीम है?
Four thrives. They're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential
Wolf है.
angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate. They were trailing behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit.
2-2 split में बीच में Wolf है.
Close towards the Aurora squad, looking to.
Aurora versus AGL.
From top. A weapon he's very comfortable with. Takes the pot shot, but not quick on the response. XCZ.
पहली बार टॉप को मैंने मिनी हाथ में लेते हुए नॉक होते हुए देखा है. नॉक करते हुए तो बहुत बार देखा है. नॉक होते हुए पहली बार देखा है. कि मिनी चला रहा है और वो रिफ्लेक्स में M4 खा गया हो. मतलब it is very rare.
Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. But it is still a long way out from the end of this one. As the res comes through. So Top's back to his feet. They can start to control this eastern side.
Zyol ने AGL के एक player को मारा
beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side.
The nade,
which is behind this
nade are not connecting. This can connect.
Yeah, this is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab building. Scouting party play from Doc coming in round the rear, whilst the nades are just keeping them hammered into position.
सामने ही connect हो गया. उनका connect हुआ नहीं हुआ. इसका हो गया.
From a key player from the team in Flower H, but on the
Zyol got one.
Joel is slick with it with a reply. Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now.
भाई ये मोबाइल वाला जो POV दिखाते हैं हैंड कैम POV मजा आ जाता है देख के कि भाई क्या मूवमेंट रहती है उंगलियों की. As casters हम लोग तो बकबक कर सकते हैं.
That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here and Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got back up now and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a
TTG फंस जाएगी. यहाँ एक नॉक निकला ना TTG का, TTG फंस जाएगी. पूरी Aurora चढ़ जाएगी TTG पे.
And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Kind of rule number one though.
एक नॉक निकला ना TTG के ऊपर पूरी Aurora चढ़ जाएगी. हाँ बोल आप चढ़ जाएगी. अब चढ़ जाए AJ गया अब चढ़ जाएगी.
TTG thought they'd finally got a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harry.
somewhat चढ़ी गई ना. पूरा का पूरा घेर लिया TTG को. TTG अब एक दो कंपाउंड्स के अंदर बैठ के रह गई है.
And losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so.
कचरा कंपाउंड.
Don't really have that sort of foothold.
इसका नाम हम लोगों ने पता है सही में रखा था कचरा कंपाउंड. पता कचरे जैसा ही था. गार्बेज हम लोग इंग्लिश हिंदी में कचरा कंपाउंड बोलते थे. एक टीममेट था वो गार्बेज कंपाउंड बोलता था.
Tops right on target. Goodbye, Jing. They know they've got to
I
move
just
quickly.
told
The
you.
zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Reefus with a bait play opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for one. Jimmy replies. It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on.
क्या push आएगा AGL का?
Put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much, unfortunately.
The answer is no. कोई push नहीं आएगा.
Again, and it's good news for
Fourth Thrives जाने वाली है.
That chase as we turn our attention over to the northeast side. It is Orangutan, Fourth Thrives, and Ulf going at loggerheads to try and push past because Fourth Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
Fourth Thrives जाने वाली है. Because इनके पास ठीक एरिया ही है. Wolf मारेगी. भाई Wolf ने OG को भी स्पॉट किया है.
Always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weak
OG के दो भी spotted है.
Advantage from it. Here thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. They'll see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. That three-man squad that got away realistically, John, with liberties in that situation.
NGX versus Goat.
This is the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from Goat?
Goat as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them.
The damage was good.
They're going to know that this is Goat, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels.
Hoopsman का ये नेट important है, अगर एक आधा नॉक निकालते हैं तो बढ़िया है, वरना टेप हो जाएगा पूरा का पूरा.
Damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far up and caught into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high.
Aurora versus KRX, मतलब DRX.
That's the thing. Killer Joe usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early left them more susceptible.
वो का एक player spotted है Lord द्वारा.
Very elevated angle to peek down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with a knock once more, back on his legs. Go. It seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down. Foosman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. Goats do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. But Moxie finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. And that should be a flush. And likely Killer Joe going down too, so Goat cut in half here.
Goat कहाँ लग रही थी कि top 5 नहीं top 3 में end करेगी after the group stage. ऐसा हो सकता है कि ये top 5 से बाहर हो जाए.
You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person.
Because Nigma is playing good. Nigma का एक आधा game में एक game अच्छा जाना है.
Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between
Aurora को
KRX
4
and
frags मिल चुके हैं, उनको tension नहीं है.
them worse for wear.
वो right now second spot पे, अगर देखा जाए तो.
Just get out on it, piece away from the situation, but Joel not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle, only top left.
Moving in on that south side, a solo for Aurora. Goats do manage to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Moxie, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get res there. A rotate in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Alola will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is the X-Force reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Enigma were looking right on the edge, debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play. But Fox trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation. And they better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
Now RRQ in a really important fight right now.
And play OG qualify confirm, most probably yes.
A chunk out of this team, things
could
could change, but a storm
most probably I would say yes.
Range backstop angle is
you cannot rule them out now. 85 तक तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि बाकी 4-5 टीमें 85 से ऊपर पहुंच जाएगी.
Great news. Not only that, but it gets the information.
2 गेम्स बचे हैं जिसमें अभी तक ओरांगुटान ये गेम में सरवाइव कर रही है. अगला गेम पूरा ही बचा हुआ है, तो you just cannot rule them out.
It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. As Enigma Galaxy look to get rid of the remnants of Go.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Fuchs was knocked once again. The overinvestment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk though, so they won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the peak from Alula. Coops looking for a backside read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with force miles away.
नजर लग गई हमारी ही एक तरीके से.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot.
5वें 6वें सर्कल तक सर्वाइव करने के बावजूद 0 पॉइंटर के साथ बाहर जाना है तो वेरी टफ थिंग.
All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering, but it's back and forth with Go. And I think that might just spell the end for them. Only
थोड़ा बहुत हेल्प मिला है हम लोगों को थर्ड पार्टी से. बाकी 2 गंदे नॉक हो गए थे. एक नॉक फिनिश हो गया, 2 और नॉक हो गए. सर्वाइवल इज स्टिल देयर. एक प्लेयर को हमने लूज कर दिया है.
Oh, Satan spotting it.
14 team, 49 players. Goat team is eliminated. Goat team का इस मोमेंट पे एलिमिनेट होना 2 सेकंड रनर्स के बाद भी उनको टॉप 5 में नहीं लेके जाएगा. So that is the worst thing a team can expect.
Limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force falling to RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now, resetting, playing inside of the.
That is the worst thing a team can just expect. कि यार हम 2 सेकंड रनर्स के बावजूद भी टॉप 5 कंफर्म नहीं बोल सकते कि हम टॉप 5 कंफर्म हैं इन 12 मैचेस के स्पैन में.
Maybe not Alola. I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots
तुमने
out there.
more than 20%,
But,
25% of the game जीते हैं.
have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult.
More than 20, not 25, but yeah, more than 20% of the game तुमने जीते हैं. लेकिन फिर भी तुम अगर ये नहीं बोल सकते कि हम टॉप 5 विन करेंगे तो थोड़ा तो दिक्कत है भाई.
Fury if they're able to find an opener,
थोड़ा
get
तो
rid of top in
confirm
the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have
Where
options.
is OG holding out? OG is holding out at the edge.
Of Enigma
तुम
Galaxy,
GSTR को और 4 Thrives को मत आने देना अंदर. GSTR और 4 Thrives अंदर नहीं आ सकती भाई जोन के. खाली जोन कीप कर रहा है. जोन बहुत अच्छा है. ईस्टर्न एज है तुम्हारे पास.
Could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
ऑल पेरेंट नॉक हुआ है एक्सफोर्स रिजेक्ट के द्वारा. उला के साथ भी फाइट हो रही है. उला वर्सेस उल्फ भी हो रहा है. एनजीएक्स भी कूद रही है. 3-4 टीमें एक साथ एक ही मोमेंट पे लड़ रही है.
Alola picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. On the north side.
पॉट कर लिया. गीक के प्लेयर्स ने पहले हमारे प्लेयर्स को दिक्कतें दी थी. हमारे प्लेयर्स अटक चुके हैं एक जगह पे, बट दे आर सर्वाइविंग. हम टॉप 12 में फिर भी आ गए हैं. 12 टीम्स 39 प्लेयर्स, 37 प्लेयर्स 11 टीम्स. JSTR वर्सेस 4 Thrives हो गया. JSTR को पूरी तरह एलिमिनेट कर दिया 4 Thrives ने काइंड ऑफ. हमारे प्लेयर्स डैमेज किससे खा रहे हैं? आर दे GSTR. हम अगर GSTR से मर रहे हैं तो हमारी ही गलती. खुद पे नेड कर दिया. Gado!
They do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Flash is doing a little bit of work at suppressing Furious position, but we're hopping.
खुद पे कौन नेड करता है यार?
Force rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Alola or indeed anyone above them off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here with GK in the way.
Aru gets Palak down. Josefa gets Aru down. Palak finish हुआ AGL से. AGL कूद गई है 4 Thrives के साथ. 4 Thrives नॉक हो रही है जोन से भी. मतलब they are not inside the circle. रिवाइवल पॉसिबल है. हमारा एक प्लेयर 10 HP पे है. हील भी कर लिया. चलो गुड. वी आर इन टॉप 9. वी आर इन टॉप 9. 15 पॉइंटर तो यहाँ से नहीं आना है, लेकिन हम टॉप 7 में आ चुके हैं. दैट्स अ गुड पोजीशन गेम प्ले. थोड़े बहुत फ्रैग्स नीडेड है. 5 फ्रैग्स. अगर यहाँ से 10 पॉइंट आ जाते हैं बेसिकली 5 पोजीशन के और 5 फ्रैग्स के, तुमको और क्या ही चाहिए जिंदगी में.
Make sure that RRQ is now a buffer placed behind them, and GK could be
AGL का ये वाला एग्जिट जो है फंस चुका है एक जगह पे.
Towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle.
Smokes कर करके survival लो खाली.
The benefit of Alula for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to play off the angle he's secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more.
Obviously, दोनों ही भाई दोनों में ही skills लगते हैं. Camping तुम इस जगह पे camping थोड़ी बोलोगे यार, survival है वो.
Alula having to advance as well. You got the
Now I would say test match खेल रहा है कोई player. Cricket के example देता हूँ मैं तुम लोगों को.
Two-pronged approach.
After the game,
see if the horns connect.
Aruna finish हो गया.
OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in first, second, maybe even third, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one. But everybody else playing for keeps here. Furious wanting to find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous. to try and connect onto this. But both teams out of the zone need to try and
भाई
regroup.
टॉप स्टार्टिंग के 3 गेम्स और बाद के 2 गेम्स में एक अलग ही ऊंची दिखने को मिली है। ऐसा लग रहा था पहले 3 गेम्स के अंदर कि ओजी को कोई छू भी नहीं सकता है, और लास्ट 2 गेम में ऐसा लग रहा है कि ओजी हुआ क्या है।
Keeping the pressure on either side. Nades towards the top for a
7 teams, 19 players.
Making sure it's uncomfortable for him and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage.
हाँ, कभी-कभी ऐसा ही गिनना पड़ता है कि players eliminate कर रहे हैं। गॉड के पास एक अच्छा एरिया है।
Get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him.
Problem नहीं है।
So although it's only a solo, Enigma Galaxy
Edge है।
a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
Avola on that north side, looking to keep the pace going.
किसके ऊपर किया?
Coming off of a strong game on the last one. Now they're up to 90 limbs again as well.
Flash का एक player knock हुआ।
And on this north side, they've got that high ground.
तुम knock players को उठा तो नहीं पाओगे अगर
इस
सर्कल के अंदर और वो जोन के बाहर knock हुए हैं।
They're a little bit more desperate.
ओजी नेट सर्कल बोला ना, विज अकेला सर्वाइव कर रहा है।
Locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look like find anything, but Bose steps up.
फ्लैश गई, ऊपर से निगमा वाला अकेला बंदा है वो मार रहा है। टॉप ऑफ दी हिल बैठा है और वो सबको स्पॉट कर रहा है। ही इज स्पॉटिंग एवरीबॉडी। 80 एमो है उसके पास, लेकिन वो 80 एमो का भी ऐसा यूज कर रहा है कि भाई क्रेजी। This nade can be the end. Furia survive कर गई। Furia survive कर गई।
You've also got Igor to play on the angle as well.
Ultimate, ultimate survival instinct है।
They do manage to ladder up, but remember the placements haven't kicked in for Enigma Galaxy.
अभी भी इसके पास एज है। लॉर्ड अकेला बचा हुआ है, ये अकेला पागल हो चुका है। जैसे इसको थोड़ी बहुत आमो और मिलेगी ना, ये मारने और लगेगा। He's trying to spot everybody he can.
The Lord of the Mountain.
मिनी है दूसरी इसके पास, मिनी को इसको फेंक देना चाहिए।
And the longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. Running low, the economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the mini 14.
लॉर्ड ही मार रहा है। हाँ लॉर्ड अकेला बचा था, तू बहुत फ्रैग्स निकाल लिए थे तूने। Can he get the chicken dinner alone? That is the question now. Can he get the chicken alone?
Which is a great relief for them, I'm sure, guaranteeing themselves a solid double-digit game coming on in. As Geekcake try to crawl their way around the edges. Quick, oh, you can't be going out that far in the blue. Goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat and the most of his health bar too.
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy.
Top 5 for Uji is a fine thing.
Furia somehow living on borrowed time with the awkward fights they've had.
जब आपके players ऐसे eliminate हो रहे थे, survival अच्छा था। टॉप 5 तक आए, बट टॉप 5 आने के बाद थोड़े फ्रैग्स चाहिए हम लोगों को। बिना फ्रैग्स के नहीं हो पाएगा। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की प्रिपरेशन है अभी, ये लास्ट का एक गेम।
This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean,
हम सिर्फ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स पहुंचने थोड़ी इस टूर्नामेंट में आए हैं, हम डोमिनेट करने आए हैं भाई।
Diminished in its entirety if they do find it. But there's the first knock towards Geekcake.
राजा जी, साइलेंस ने जो साइलेंट किया है, लॉर्ड अकेला एक एक करके जो फ्रैग्स उठा रहा है ना, एमो खत्म हो गई लॉर्ड की।
Down to his last magazine though, 31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades, but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back.
What is Lord trying to do?
He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this.
बहुत किया है लॉर्ड ने अपनी टीम के लिए। निग्मा गैलेक्सी अगर टॉप 5 आ रही है तो लॉर्ड की बदौलत आ रही है आईवुड से। ये नेड अगर कनेक्ट हुआ, अयाला नॉक होगा, अब अयाला फिनिश हो सकता है। कर दिया अयाला को भी फिनिश।
One more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of their heads.
The single nade.
Knock, but it's now up to Alula, who are looking to charge themselves up.
भाई साहब लॉर्ड ने अलूला के लिए बहुत हेल्प करके दी है. Lord being Lord of this game, top of the edge of the mountain बैठ के ने जो फ्रैग्स निकाले.
All hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high. And he saw everything, John. The difference is with ammunition running
edge of the circle बैठ के जो फ्रैग्स निकले.
Far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him, maybe even 7. So the team is going to be chuffed to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You could see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it. And they are feeling
चिकन से ज़्यादा सेलिब्रेट किया है लॉर्ड ने.
into the top 5, Jackie.
लॉर्ड इज लॉर्ड पर अलूला के लिए छोड़ो, खुद के लिए लॉर्ड बने हुए हो.
And you think about how awkward it was for them, constantly trapped with Alula staring at them for so long. They're thinking, do we really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Alula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furia survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to 2nd place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well. Taking that fight with Flash, it was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Alula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's 1 half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know. One mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction. By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded, ready to go. We are going to go and take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a few.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City.
We got attack you.
All right, popped on over to the STC Arena for our final CC update, and I managed to grab 2 people to help us talk through everything that we need to. Of course, we have Ginny, but we're also joined by Blaze. So, Blaze, let's start things off by breaking down what's going on here on your stage.
I mean, so it's absolutely insane. You know, when it comes down to the CC, you got 3 teams here that can really make a run for those club championship points. You got Falcons, 100 Thieves, and FaZe Esports. So, when it comes down to those squads on your stage, they're going to be getting some help over here.
Okay, that's actually big, because this is an opportunity for a couple of those teams to actually get some more points that they need, Ginny. So talk to me about the CC implications that this could have, and if there are any other CC squads that might have some surprises.
Yeah, so when it comes to right now, we have 4 out of the top 8 that already qualified. So you got FaZe, you got G2, you got 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Very important to note, however, that G2 is not CC eligible because of the fact that they made too many roster changes after the deadline has already passed. They did knock Gentlemates into this lower bracket, and Gentlemates has competed before on COD, where they got 200 points. They competed in Valorant, where they also got 200 points, and they are yet to compete in Rocket League next week, where they have a pretty good roster. So for Gentlemates side of things, like, they have to win this lower bracket game today to even be in the top 8 and get some points. My question then for you is, how realistic is that considering what happened yesterday with the 3-0?
I mean, it was a 3-0. It was crazy. You know, I talked to some of the players and they felt like they were playing a God squad over there.
Oh, wow.
But don't worry, the Gentle Suits are in the building. And if I've seen anything out of that amazing group is that they can will their team through some crazy series to push them into the finals.
I love that. I love that, which means that there's definitely going to be some very exciting matches coming up over the next couple of days.
Yes.
So, of course, as we know more, we'll keep all of you updated and see how everything plays out.
Thank you, Genie, Glitter, and Blaze for the update with the CC, because things are getting spicy here at PMWC at EWC 26 as we're going to be heading into our final match of Group A. We will end up eliminating the bottom 3 teams. And talking about those bottom 3 teams, Lays, one team that was able to push themselves out of it from the beginning of the day, Alula ended up getting that win as well.
Yeah, I just want to obviously mention to you guys at home, they started today with 21 points in the bottom 3. Now, they've had a nice trajectory so far and being able to sort of keep themselves within that middle, but then to skyrocket to a chicken dinner. And not only that, managed to get about, it was about 10 eliminations just before the fight with Furia when they're moving their way down off that peak onto the hill, and then they were able obviously to get that. But that wasn't without some help from one of our teammates who was sitting on the top peak there. But for this team, they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important. They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
I have no idea how Fury just kept getting back up. They get knocked back up, knocked back up, knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Fury truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for PMWC. But the finishing moments here, Yasa giving it his best shot. But Lord in particular, here Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually...
You guys got the point stable. It is
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? He was really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was. He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really good play coming from him. Really, yes.
But really. And really, Lore was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those, oh man, look at us, Tomash, let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well, and this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula, there was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe, but he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates. They get eliminated, and then Lord is alone. But I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Niptura? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As you know, that didn't happen. But Podium, as a solo, that is huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4th thrives, still in the 1st place, but just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points, 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We got to up our game a little bit. It is working now. So they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. GOAT team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into your PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves. And what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way.
Yep.
And I must say that from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG, because what is with them being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom 3. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk out of that game. This is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Matt. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off right now. It's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The point gap is 12 points between X-Force Rejets and RRQ. Yeah. I would say you are teams in the bottom 3. You have to hot drop RRQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this, do it. You gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play. And these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than, who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for Pmwc. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Parkour. The beast. With 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here. And Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. We are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself?
Bonjour, bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience, because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting
तुमको ओजी का नाम लेने में शर्म नहीं आती, हम नाम ले ले तो दिक्कत हो जाती।
that we're doing, but also to PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man,
ओजी का नाम लेके खुद को भी छाप रहे हैं, उसका कुछ नहीं।
Exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too, with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, this only last match remaining, so I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah, OG definitely, 4 thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent. And I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one, I think. If I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah,
OG
one more.
Be good, yeah. OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
KRX. Okay, I thought you were gonna go with a different one, like Enigma Galaxy. But thank you so much for joining us, Lace, Max Benatura, myself, 7WG. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's gonna end up winning it? Who's gonna end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck into the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams will rise right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get enticing. And from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering affair here in our culminating game. Our last battleground, Miramar, once again on the cards. And you're right, that sharpened steel of the Butcher Blade is getting ready to chop. And those keys will be crushed. Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just those teams.
Yeah, okay.
All of those teams.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Sorry,
man.
mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will eventually remain. But we've got.
Chalo, bhai, last game of the day. It's going to begin very soon.
So we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final. So make sure you're gonna check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar is never been hotter. It's time to decide who will move forwards.
Who will move forward?
The keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in fort, getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live. Get back into the playing path and set things off. The players, the organization.
OJ should move forward.
The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can tension. You could cut with a knife for some of these squads.
हम #1 खत्म करते हैं. हमको keys crush करने के लिए मिलेगी.
As you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely, top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he found himself over the back of the chairs and immediately thrust into doing Max 7 and Neptura and Lace's job.
8 points का difference. We can come #1. कोई दिक्कत है नहीं.
I think 4th Rise OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora, I think is a fairly safe bet. I feel like not including Enigma Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5 for him. I feel like that's maybe what he wanted to happen. Not what is probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man. Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC 26. The big 26, John.
God, imagine. I remember when it wasn't 26. Just last year, actually, it was
25.
Yeah,
and the year before that, 24.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't 25 the year before that. Come on, don't be silly. Southwest Circle, as the plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumasera Hills area, the Ladriera dual peak lines over on that western side.
लेफ्ट से चले जाना चाहिए. जोन मूवमेंट देना चाहिए ओजी को. बिना लूटे ही दे दो भाई. लेफ्ट चले जाओ यहाँ पे.
Is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge past El Pozo to try and push themselves towards those Ladriera Hills.
Chalo, the game begun.
And the potential for the best. And the squads at the bottom established. So you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it and get an eye line. We heard the analyst saying at times like this, you need to really invest that risk versus reward You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys, we'll see if there's any forced fights, if the early game is a bit different. Some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back, right, what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap.
But हम कल बात कर रहे थे ओजी इतिहास रचेगी, ओजी इतिहास रचेगी, ओजी ने इतिहास रच दिया है.
As well, so I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map, down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of this circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here, depending on how Flash, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy do in this game. There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe, I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Ulf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Yeah, they've been looking far better, been hitting some good strides, and definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising, though, and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side, effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with the narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between 2nd and 5th is very, very much surmountable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12, we're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you're 4th drives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John. Looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge. This place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think.
True.
That's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to 1st place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. And a 2nd in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ than it is for Aurora and Furia. If they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out, but you're still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for, so it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble finds OG, though. Taking a knock over towards themselves, and on the north side, looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between 2 of our teams towards the bottom and our 2nd place team, OG. having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted and handled. X-Force Rejects seemingly in charge of this.
चलो JSTR का GG हो चुका है.
Another flush comes on through. Yusuf and Maniac trying to piece themselves back together. But boom goes the dynamite.
नीचे की दो टीम्स भिड़ रही है. JSTR goodbye.
Quick. It was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them, as they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position.
Bhai, 16 position आया है.
4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now for X-Force Rejects. They have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back.
खाली 26 placement points से मार के खेल रही है फोर्थ राइव सिर्फ.
Against a full 14.
फोर्थ राइव देख सिर्फ मार है.
KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects, and if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy in a way that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here.
KRX को भी मार देंगे ये लोग.
On the ramp over the top, hitting the show-stopping plays, but can they actually punish with the shots? Close quarters combat from Hooksy, good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face.
KRX के 3 knock है.
It went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto reverb. Starts to put them in there.
अबे ओजी थर्ड पार्टी के लिए जाओ
field and already locked down. That's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they are losing players left and right. Now playing on us 2, they disengage with 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance, but yeah, that gauntlet, like I was saying, is such a third party coming through. It's pretty impossible to make that one work. But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them out there. Adding some more points to the RJC tally.
And OG keeping themselves in a very comfortable position.
If OG gets top position, कीज तोड़ना मिलेगी, और वो कीज तोड़ना ही तो सबसे बड़ा सैटिस्फैक्शन रहता है भाई इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर. इस टूर्नामेंट की हाईलाइट ही कीज तोड़ना है. तो if you break keys, you are on top.
Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding from the spot they've been.
AGL versus TTG. भाई TTG एलिमिनेट हो गई तो मेरे को पता नहीं, बुरा तो लगेगा. Because you never expect the teams from China to perform like this.
KRX prediction is he's going to be down in a 9th place.
एक खौफ आतंक हुआ करता था भाई Chinese teams का.
I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in.
40 versus
from X-Force Rejects, and that is going to be a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side, and RRQ, all they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive.
Stay alive.
Keep things together and defend their patch. Slap bang in the middle.
Right चले जाओ, खाली है. Where's Aru? Right जाओ भाई. Please right जाओ. Please. West में बहुत भीड़ है. Right जाओ. East जाओ.
Alula, Furia, really just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in. An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord.
Wiz बराबर जा रहा है, बाकी कहाँ जा रहे हो?
The mountain top.
Wiz is going correctly, बाकी किधर जा रहे हो?
From Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John. RRQ have been attempting to avoid fights up to this point. There's been a couple of opportunities where teams have whizzed near. They haven't risked it, which still means there's a chance. But if Reject too much, maybe there's an opportunity. It's only a solo, though, so we're looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against a full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ.
हम 90 तक पहुंच चुके हैं.
Fairly split in this location. It looks like they are.
Second and will get us to 100.
They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play. Force teams around them to fight against each other as they try and ascend towards it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure, just moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie. But I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again for Furia then.
I would say OG
armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Leo, so AGAL start to back up.
स्प्रे करना ही नहीं है. एक शॉटगन एक मिनी भाई या क्लोज या एकदम लॉन्ग मिड रेंज खेलेंगे नहीं.
So far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
Pula versus AGAL हो रहा है.
Flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff, you've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with.
Pula घुस गई AGAL पे पूरा.
And take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count, down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL. Team Flash still 2 points ahead.
ओजी ने दिमाग लगाया और लेट रोटेट किया. मैं बोल रहा था राइट जाओ इन्होंने और लेट रोटेट किया. राइट could have been a better option because लेफ्ट के अंदर भीड़ ज्यादा है.
Now with only 2 of the 4 players alive, they were attacked from the side by Goat as well. And although Furia was saved
45 more seconds for the next circle to close out. Guys 6 likes और कर दो यार. 20 तक पहुंचा दो.
To allow them to get shots onto them, made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
NickMcGalaxy getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 Thrives, but getting a pick onto the open is good, but they've lost Coops on the back line and he's all the way out in the blue, Jackie. I don't think that they're going to be able to get him back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Zypher in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side, and it is Devil who picks up the point there, adds them up to 44 and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're still not worried.
That feels like a little, a little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Chalo.
Okay. But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ.
We just focus on the game now. Because OG को top पे पहुंचाने का है.
Completely had him dead to rights.
4 Thrives का एक player knock finish हो चुका है.
He's got to go up. He's got to go around into OG.
Falak is also knocked.
And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as he can.
क्या फलक को revival मिल पाएगा?
We'll see how that path
अभी तक तो मिला नहीं है.
Once he gets himself back into the zone.
But इतनी देर से finish नहीं हुआ तो मिल तो सकता ही है.
Buffer it out. Not easy though.
IQ ने knock कर दिया है top को.
4 Thrives with IQ getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. Now RQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a
GK versus AGAL. साला GK उंगली बहुत करता है. Points नहीं निकाल पाते ये लोग. एक फाइट से दूसरी फाइट नहीं निकाल पाते. उंगली बहुत करते.
That's top taken down by IQ and Falak getting stuck in as Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora. They're not safe, not in its entirety. NickMcGalaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wend your way on through. Seems like they successfully shacked themselves up there.
Falak gets Rufus.
We hop on board with Alola. A lot of damage done.
ये distance बढ़ रहा है ना. 100 पार हो गया है.
Not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alola.
Alula They formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of Goat. Moxie takes a heavy blow down
गोट गई, गोट गई, ओ भाई 2 चिकन के बावजूद गोट गई,
as they begin to punish Nick
गोट टूट गई,
absolutely collapsed on once again as well, fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
Keeping up that pace, Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well, that's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us too. I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now.
13 teams, 38 players, 10 points का difference.
With AGL getting cut down to 2, with only one of their players alive. This is not the situation you want to be in for Aurora. You definitely want to be putting a little bit more distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe, especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Enigma Galaxy
बहुत लो हो गया अपना एक
down
प्लेयर.
to a combination of Aurora and 4 Fries.
विज लो है.
Removed from the equation.
AK knock हो गया है.
Scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally played.
Atanki gets 1. Atanki is knocked out.
Full aggro. Good shots with the org. Damage on target. Attempting to reposition.
Wiz भी knock है.
2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto Wizguard, and they are able.
हट यार. We can't be on the top of the table.
Looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
Aru is the last guy alive.
The opportunity there, if RRQ had fumbled the roll up, it could have been the chance for Devil to make it on in, because he's completed that wrap around that we saw him go out wide for, and is now pushing in from Chumasera. Could have survived a lot longer. Looked to get a point or 2.
AK को भी finish कर दिया.
Some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
ओ भाई 40 के सपोर्टर जाग गए.
Be on top come the end of the day. It's 4 Fries that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar.
फलक अच्छा खेल गया यार.
Like you say, RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flashback.
Aru knocked down 1.
Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close.
कोई नहीं एंटी आरू यार. एक नॉक फिनिश कर दिया ना बेटर.
Orangutan out of the running now as they'll be left in second.
ठीक है 91. We are #2. It's great. अब टॉप 5 देख लें, क्योंकि RRQ जिस हिसाब से खेल रही है, they are not in bottom 3 anymore.
Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12.
TTG की उम्मीद है कि वो 17 पॉइंट का गेम निकाल ले.
Currently playing a 2-1 split with Falak, T24 on that western side, IQ
I
much
doubt.
further inland.
I just doubt कि TTG 17 पॉइंट का गेम निकालेगी.
Certainly not at the moment.
T24 ने जिमी को डाउन किया है.
Finally falls to Furia. TTG.
I don't know यार, मतलब टाइम हो गया है बंदे को खेलते हुए, और ठीक है यार, वो कहीं ना कहीं अब एक वेटरन प्लेयर हो गया है. 40 भाई 40 मारे जा रही है.
They are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through. Furia are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alula keep chowing down with their 2 players alive.
40 #1 फिनिश करेगी अपने ग्रुप के अंदर. That is a great thing.
Thunder Talk have already lost 1 forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ are going to chime in.
खत्म कर देगी भाई 40 को. और भी लाइक डॉग भी लाइक, मैं क्यों छोड़ू, मैं तो मारूंगा.
Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 elims. And 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground.
हो गया टॉप 5 फिक्स 99%. 99% टॉप 5 फिक्स हो गई है. टॉप 5 में अब चेंजेस नहीं होंगे. 106 पॉइंट, 91 पॉइंट्स, 88 पॉइंट्स, 86 पॉइंट्स, 80 पॉइंट्स.
That solo representative of Aurora, at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as well.
He won 7 points.
Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads
Hashtag
that were close to
2 frag
potentially
or
forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be nice.
4 tribes gayab. Chalo, they are ending the group stage with #1. Okay, great, good game.
Bite the dust, but they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil, and he is caught between a rock,
Scarface,
rock, and several hard places. It is a tough
भाई 40 बहुत चिल्ला रहे हैं सपोर्टर था
placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him.
Devil is done.
And he goes down there. That will be our bottom 3 locked in, Jackie.
RJC, TTG and GSTR. Okay, goodbye guys.
Taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed, but the dreams live on for an RRQ side that fought for their right to survive here. Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is shut down, and they're looking for even more.
GG. 4 teams, 15 players. RRQ का ये game, last game chicken.
Decision comes down to who takes the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
GK with this most central position, Flash with the high ground. As you said before, been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash off the
Video बनाएंगे पट से.
Know that they can take risks now, so they look to advance down onto GK. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away.
टीम फ्लैश भी खेल रही, RRQ भी मार रही. RRQ अगर पहले ऐसा खेल गई रहती ना, तो ये लास्ट गेम के अंदर सर्वाइवल के लिए नहीं खेल रही होती, बिकॉज उन्होंने बेधड़क होकर धड़ल्ले से खेला है पे.
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and join on the point scoring a little bit higher up on the tables. 4 Thrives, OG, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy. These 4 teams pretty much, they have made it into those grand finals directly. Flash will be joining them as well. Really,
let's see.
I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to catch up. I don't think there's enough points left in the lobby to make up the difference. Especially
तो फिर डन है.
that Flash will also
वो जी qualified. फाइनली भाई वो सुकून मिला है, पता है. हो गया पोस्ट आ चुकी है. सुकून है भाई.
Just about the showmanship at this point, giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games, knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up, waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards
GG's,
making their life very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnar out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point. Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin. And this might be the final dispatch for GK, who will sit right on top of that bubble. A lovely nade posted on through, stops them dead in their tracks. But the 12th place there is going to be locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving GK on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
सुकून मिल रहा है भाई, वो रिएक्शन नहीं आ रहा, पता नहीं अंदर एक दिल में सुकून है कि भाई हाँ ओजी हो गई क्वालीफाई। कई बार होता है ना एक आदमी ओवर एक्साइटेड हो जाता है, नॉट एक्साइटेड, आई एम जस्ट रिलीव्ड दैट ओजी क्वालीफाइड, दैट्स इट। I won't be watching the key crushing ceremony. मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा because मेरे को वीडियो शूट करके
Flash need to be in position, ready
निकलना
to
भी
go
है।
for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it, as Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away, and Lapar now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Calci with a Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance fire fight RRQ. Verparting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Gonna tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
The wolves at the door, and they will echo with the sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lapar. He is in a 1 versus 1 technically. He's got a little bit of time here. Has Calci to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player up top for him to deal with, but the vehicle, the death departing explosion there, puts the final nail in. Lapar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
You see the excitement, the celebration, in the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the journey ends. For others, it's just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage. But for the lucky few, John, that were able to write history for themselves, they
40-40 चिल्ला रहे हैं भाई, पोस्ट ही पोस्ट आ रही है।
In the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another.
चलो guys, proud moment है वेनम भैया, क्या हाल? कैसा है सक्षम, क्या हाल है? I know.
Turns of events here. 4 Thrives have proved themselves.
चलो भाई.
Deserving of that top spot as well.
Last game जो निकाला है ना बंदों ने, मजा आ गया। पुलिस वालों ने।
In the faces of defeat for some of our squads.
Are they a mainstay team? Can they keep it going?
चलो, I'll be leaving. It's done for. Orangutan Grand Finals के लिए क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है। Feeling bad for TTG. Gaming Stars. बुरा तो 100% लगना था, बुरा 100% बंदों के लिए लगना ही था। OG qualified, that is a good thing. Gaming Stars, Reject and TT, thank you so much for participating. बहुत अच्छा खेले तुम, बट TT से बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपेक्ट किया था यार। $91,107, 16 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस। हम #2 के #2 ही रह गए, ठीक है, बढ़िया। Any which ways guys, मजा आया यार, बहुत मजा आया। मिलता हूं तुम लोगों से कल गॉड लाइक के गेम्स के साथ। Day 0 बस बॉटम 3 नहीं आना है। Day 3, Day 2 एक्चुअली टॉप 3 आ गए। ये लेट्स गो। चलो बाय बाय गाइस, सी यू मिलते, बड़ा जल्दी मिलेंगे कल गॉड लाइक के मैचेस के साथ। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, टेक केयर, सी यू, लव यू।